and welcome to today's episode of Runners Wanted, and also good morning if you're on the West Coast like I am. My name is ZoeVermilion, and it looks like someone gave Railkun a webcam and a microphone because I'm joined by them today. How are you doing, Ray?
I'm doing all right. I get to play this game. Let me set it back to the correct sound device because the game wouldn't mute earlier. There we go. I legitimately love this game. It just only one other person has speedrun it, and they speedran it on the release version that has a glitch that we don't have access to anymore.
Well, it's going to be a cool game to watch. I know I've seen a little bit, and you've been sharing like your PB updates and stuff like that. So it's definitely going to be a fun run, and I'm glad that you have been let out of the behind the curtain area so I can actually hang out with and talk with you for a few hours.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, but before we get started with the run, I do have a couple of quick announcements here. So we have information on all of our hotfix shows is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can find more information about submitting your runs to any of our shows. So that's Runners Wanted, Tina's RPG Show, I guess, Community Spotlight, et al. And then if you're watching on YouTube and would like to support our live content, please consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/GDQ. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Please consider using your Prime gaming account to subscribe to the GDQ Twitch channel. Also, your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support our weekly hotfix content. So thank you for supporting our shows. And if you missed any of the runs from HDQ 2021 online or want to watch any previous hotfix shows, you can go to youtube.com/gamesdonequick and check out our archive of all of our live shows. And then tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm reading the wrong announcement. Monday at a different time. It's almost like a teleprompter. You put it in front of me. 7 p.m. on Monday, Community Spotlight. This person here with me is going to be hosting a random assortment of games.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, so we've now learned that you can put anything in front of me and I will read it. So use that power wisely, right?
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have some Sonic. We're going to have some Shinobi, a few other games. It'll be fun. I think we might have some Mega Man.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Community Spotlight's a great show. And Ray's a great person. And
what the heck?
Hey, you're the one that agreed to be on my show. You're here for over 3 hours.
Viciously assaulting me with compliments.
You're going to get bullied for the entirety of this show. And I hope you knew that was coming.
Oh, I knew it was coming. But of course I'm going to give a reaction. Okay.
Of course, absolutely. The floor is yours. So let me know when you're done introing and want a timer start.
Well, let's just start this because there's a long cutscene we can't skip. So, hi, this is Mad Max. This is sort of a non-canon side adventure that happens roughly about the same time as Fury Road. There's a few characters that kind of carry over. The main antagonist is the son of Immortan Joe, who has taken over Gastown. So there should be like a lot of familiar things if you are familiar with Fury Road. Just, this is a complete side adventure. None of it's canon to the Mad Max universe, that sort of thing. And we're going to start off with, during the cutscene that we skipped, there was a very violent fight with Scrotus. Mad Max got thrown off the land mover and is now in the middle of nowhere. His interceptor got stolen, and he's very angry about it. So our immediate goals at the start here are going to be, we're trying to figure out what happened to our car. But this speedrun is very fun because I enjoy, there's no game audio, is there?
I can hear it, but that's because I have the Discord stream, so.
Okay, hang on. We'll let this finish, and then we will try and fix that. I thought we fixed that.
But I feel like that entire introduction can be summed up with no talk him Engie.
Yeah, no talk him, he Angie. So we're just going to alt-tab here because it pauses the game, and that's where the timer starts anyway. What's going on? Why don't we have sound? We literally checked this before we went live. Zoe was here.
I was here. Railkun able to get any runner's audio working properly except for their own.
Yeah, apparently. Hey, we've got sound now. Okay. So, technology's weird.
Okay, let me know when you want a timer.
All right, I'll count us down. 3, 2, 1, let's go. if it will unpause. There we go. So right now we can't run because it's decided that we can't run. And if you look really carefully, every time I roll, Mad Max will run for about 2 steps. So we're rolling repeatedly. Yeah, don't talk him, he angy, as chat is pointing out. We're on a little bit of a chat delay, so. Our goals in this game are interesting. It's why I really like the speedrun. It's an open world game that gives you a lot of choice what you want to do, but occasionally story missions are locked behind a few requirements. So there are certain things we're going to have to do to unlock story missions, and at the end of the game, we need to have completed enough of the Wasteland challenges to have a certain legend rank. Otherwise, one of the final missions just will not be available to us. So while we're moving through the game, I'm going to be having to do the sort of in-game achievements because they give you rank ups and skill points you can spend to hit a minimum rank. And that means, especially since a lot of them are combat related, and I can get a lot of skill points by not being bad at the combat, it means that I have to kind of route on the fly. If I'm doing really well with the combat challenges and we're really good on challenges, I can be skipping things, going faster. And if we're behind, I might have to like pick up some extra things on the side, backup challenges. So you'll probably hear me talking to myself a lot about how we're doing. I'll be counting because one of the challenges I'm keeping track of is how many enemies we defeat in melee combat without taking a hit. And that one, in order to get the challenge, you have to get a hit once you've defeated enough enemies. So yeah, we're just going to send that guy down to the void. It's faster. The game wants us to shoot him with the shotgun, but the shotgun bullets are kind of a rare resource, and we want to use them. Like, we're going to go for a double kill here.
I feel like the beginning of this game is just a Zelda simulator with how much you have to roll.
Oh, we can run now, so that's
yeah.
less of an issue. We will be rolling to try and skip some dialogue here in a moment.
Someone in chat is asking, what does the current patch part of the category mean?
So in the original version of this game, there is a glitch that lets you infinitely loot a chest that has about 80 scrap in it. Just keep looting it over and over and over again, because the game routing requires that we do get a good amount of scrap, which is the currency in this game, to get some upgrades for our car. And in the original version of the game, you could just loot that chest over and over and over and over again. And that the current patch, that's not possible. I don't even know how to downgrade this game. I just don't have access to that patch. But I like the routing on this one better because we're going to have to pay attention to how much scrap we have. And if we're ahead or behind, and there's a few things we can do to get some scrap quickly, we'll talk about when we get there. So if we roll off this ledge just right, we can land in the area where Max is out of the forced walking trigger, and it skips Max talking to Griffa. And if Max talks to Griffa, we get stuck in the walking animation, even if we leave the area where it's supposed to restrict us to. So that's just a nice little dialogue skip that saves a few seconds.
Roll to ignore your friends.
Yeah. So what's going on here is that Scrotus sent his dog to attack us when we were fighting Scrotus, but apparently he never treated the dog very well. So when Max is nice to the dog is just like, yeah, you're cool, I like you. But we met Chum Bucket, and the dog who Chum always calls Dinky D throughout the game got stuck in a trap. So Dinky D is hurt, and we're taking Dinky D back to Chum's place so Chum can patch him up. Chum is a Blackfinger, as they call it in the universe. He's a car mechanic, and he talks about the Angel of Combustion, and thinks that Max, because of his interceptor, which has a V8, which is important in the Mad Max universe if you're familiar, he thinks that Max is sent by the Angel of Combustion to help him make the perfect car. So the entire game he will be calling us Saint, because he thinks that we are a saint serving the Angel of Combustion.
You just like this game because it has a dog in it, don't you?
I mean, it's part of it, but it's not the only reason. I have to wait for Chum.
It is not insignificant.
Yeah. It definitely helps. I have to wait for Chum there, because if I get too far ahead of him, he stops. He's like, the game is like, wait for Chum. You gotta follow Chum.
See, this is where the
Alright, you might hear me hitting split buttons every now and then. It's because I have some reminders on my splits. I ran the wrong way. Where the heck am I? There we go. I got turned around.
Come, Saint. Yes.
So we're gonna make a quick save, change our autosave slot here, and then that'll let us show off a glitch later on if we have time. One that I told Zoe about. I have to make sure not to do it on accident because it's actually very easy to do on
Over
accident.
there is the Great White.
An ancient seabed.
I'm not sure. No, but we.
And yeah, somebody in chat's pointing out that Chum calls the dog Dinky D because the brand of dog food that's around the wasteland just has a picture of a dog and it says Dinky D on it. And that kind of fits the way that a lot of people in the wasteland think, is that this can says Dinky D with a picture of a photo on it, so all dogs are therefore called Dinky D. That's just what, instead of a dog, they are Dinky D.
When you're ready, Saint.
It's endearing in a dystopian way.
Yeah. They do a really good job of capturing kind of the flavor of the wasteland from Mad Max in this game. So, Chum has taken us back to his hideout, and he's shown us the plans for the perfect car he wants to build. And Max, at first, who wasn't on board, thinks this guy's kind of crazy, sees how detailed the plans are, and is like, okay, well, I guess I'll help you, because you're going to help me make a great car. So, we've got this kind of body of a car. It doesn't have a frame. It's just the frame. It doesn't have the car's body at all. So we're going off to the Buzzard territory to steal a car body from them, which is very dangerous. But it's Mad Max, so he doesn't really care. He's very angry, and he just wants his car back.
A big steel gift box. What prizes do you hold?
So we have been counting the number of enemies we've been defeated so far. So we should be at 4 because we didn't get the double kill.
What a great bounty. We're in luck.
So this will take us up to 7. So on the next encounter after this, we need to defeat 1 and then take a hit on purpose. We're also going to fully loot this camp because one of the challenges we're going to go after is to fully loot, I think, 5 camps. And this only has 2 things to loot, so it's very quickly. It's also why we went out of our way to grab some extra stuff in that first area with the car wires.
Fill her up, huh? All the way to the brim.
So the start of this game, as with most open world games, is a little bit slow. It's a little bit linear. They're introducing us to all the mechanics. We don't even have the combo chain or the Mad Max's Fury system yet. Just sort of, we're getting introduced to the car and the car mechanics right now. And then we will, get access to more things later on. So
Let us make haste.
we're making our way to the Buzzard area now. So you can see why I parked the car there. It's just faster to get the gas cans in. The reason why I don't have a verified run on speedrun.com is because I tend to do most of my runs whenever the hell I feel like it, and I don't submit most of my runs to speedrun.com. It was a little bit of a thing where I'm the only one who runs this on current patch, because the only other person runs New Game Plus on the original patch.
Nobody around.
So, I don't know. I wasn't happy with the run, and I didn't want to submit it. But when I started practicing for this show, I got a 15-minute PB and then a 4-minute PB. So we're probably approaching the point where I'll be happy enough to submit it.
Exaltations. She's cracked open. We must hurry. Wardens of this place murder on sight.
So we're driving through this area, getting towards the car graveyard so we can get our car body. And our speed is limited. So normally, while we want to be staying on these tracks, the main road, and venturing off of them gives us a speed penalty. Since our speed is limited, we can just cut across these, take sharper corners, save a few seconds without losing any time. And yes, I do have chat open, as people can see. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Depending on how occupied I am with things, I might not notice them immediately, but especially here at the start of the game where we're still sort of in tutorial land, I can answer questions. Especially if you have any as well, Zoe.
Yeah, why are you such a good friend?
I don't think I have an answer to that one. I think it's something called general human decency. I know that's a rare thing these days. So So this game is not linear. It starts off linear because they're introducing us to all of the game mechanics. But pretty shortly we're going to get thrown into the open world. Can you pet the dog? There is a cutscene where we can pet the dog, but I cannot walk up to the dog and hit a button to pet it. So I'll let you decide if that counts or not.
I say that picking up the dog earlier counted as petting it.
Maybe I could sit down this.
So someone's bringing up a common misconception about this, where people think this is a ripoff of planned sequels for Fury Road. A lot of this is actually based on book content, but still just taken in its own direction to be non-canon, which is why at the start I mentioned how this is sort of a non-canon adventure, sort of adjacent to Fury Road. This is a sort of a what-if situation of, like, Max just sort of goes off on his own little adventure, you know?
And you said the speedrun community for this game is just 2 people, right?
The other person hasn't run in about 4 years, so I think it's just me at this point.
Okay, so grand total of 1.
Yes. Somebody's asking how many fortresses we need to raid. Do we need to liberate everything? No. There are a few fortresses we're going to need to raid because some of the mission requirements are liberating a fortress or reducing threat, and liberating a fortress is a good way to reduce threat. But we're going to be avoiding that as much as we can because it's slow and it takes a while. So that should be 8. So we're going to take a hit. Punch me. And then we get our upgrade. It's a little bit weird because for the kill streak achievements, you actually have to take damage to get credit for them. So now we're back at 2. And we're going to loot this other scrap box here to fully loot this area as well, which will put us up to 3 areas looted out of the 5 that we need. Hello? You want to loot it, Max? So there's a ladder here. We're supposed to kick it down and slowly climb down it, but if you jump over this wall and then just slide, you don't take damage. So we're going to do that instead. So now we have the car sort of in its basic state. It's not done yet. We're not fully out in the open world, but they're introducing car combat to us now. It doesn't require you to use a shotgun shell there, but the game goes into super slow motion for about 15 seconds. Really, really heavily suggesting that you use a shotgun shell there. So it's just faster to use one than wait through it. You're not going to save 15 seconds by saving a shotgun shell. Thankfully, these introductory car combat enemies have low health, but they're still annoying and can slow you down significantly. We're going to be avoiding car combat as much as we can in this game because the physics are not always consistent. And especially when you blow up a car, it can just send you rocketing off your path in really inconsistent ways. So we gotta wait for Chum to finish talking here, and then we can fast travel. Have I considered running Crazy Taxi? No. I think I played that once in an arcade. So yeah, we're just waiting for Chum to finish talking, and then we can fast travel. Is this a glitchless run? Probably not. There's some very interesting glitches that I don't have control over. It's highly likely something very strange is going to happen with the physics at some point in this game, and it may or may not be beneficial. It's hard to say. Sometimes you get a good physics glitch, and sometimes your car gets stuck in the ground, and you have to run away far enough to get Chum to warp it to you. Or you get stuck in a ceiling. I've had that one happen before. Had to load an autosave.
Weird clipping glitches in overworld games? Never. Open world games?
Why is Mad Max so angry? Don't talk him, he angry.
Angry.
But currently in this game, he's angry because Scabrous Scrotus has stolen his car.
It's just there for safety.
So we had to, we grabbed some water there because we do need some water. Not to heal, which is its main purpose, but there's a challenge we can complete with some water. And if we run straight to the objective here, we have to wait on Chum to finish talking anyway. So that's like the best place to grab some water where we're not losing too much time.
Got the jag tip.
So Chum is making a harpoon for our car right now, which is probably the main component of the car combat in this game, is the fact that we have a harpoon on our car. And you can do lots of stuff with the harpoon. And then we're going to go attack our first Scabrous Scrotus camp, because that's where our car was taken, or so we believe. So we're going to see if we can find our car or any evidence of what happened to our car, because it's sort of our short-term mission, is find our car. Get our car back.
Ramming could damage our front, but it should work.
Am I aware of the commentary below Zoe's name? No, I'm not.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
Railcoon is a good friend and can't stop me from saying it. I have to read it in a really small preview window.
Better use the harpoon then.
You're still attacking me with compliments, Zoe. What the heck?
That's what I'm here for. It's my entire job today.
No, scout it out.
So we're supposed to use the road here, but if we just drive up these rocks and get out, we just hit the loading zone.
These camps.
So there's a few points in this game where I switched to mouse because they require really finicky things. Like right there, I need to put the binoculars directly over the specific points for Max to point them out. And that's a little bit inaccurate with the analog. I actually prefer this game in most things with the controller, but stuff like that and using the sniper rifle, just so much better with a mouse. So you're supposed to pull down the sniper tower, but you can also just target the sniper himself. And it's faster because you don't have to go through the long pulling animation, and it's also funny because the body goes flying. Physics. Also, we weren't supposed to fall down here. It's fine. So now we have to ram open the gates, and we'll be into the first camp. There is going to be a very large section of this camp, a very loud section of this camp. I will warn you when we get closer. Normally, if like somebody else was streaming this, I would turn it down, but since I'm running, I can't really do that. So we'll just warn you and apologize in advance. So when we get there, I would suggest turning down your volume, whatever you want to do, especially if you're headphone users. Do not cause yourself pain if you don't have to. So currently, we still don't have our Fury system or our combo chain unlocked, but we're still going for these hitless streaks.
The black one back is gone. They left nothing.
Come on. So after this next group of enemies, if we take damage, we should get the killing 10 enemies without taking a hit achievement. So this is the point, when I start running around and wasting time, that's where you should turn down your volume, which is about here. I would suggest turning down your volume, because there's a challenge here for killing 3 enemies in a storm, and the storm is loud. This only takes a few seconds for us to wait for the storm, and especially with the routing, it kind of just works out. I could probably skip this if I was going for a PV, but if we're going for showcases is an easy point that I shouldn't give up early on. So yeah, here's the storm. It's loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly loud. I'm not sure how well chat can hear us, but you're a good friend. I've said that multiple times.
What the heck? Zoe.
Just gonna bully you through this sandstorm. It's gonna be a storm of compliments. Each grain of sand is me saying a nice thing about you.
Oh my god. Alright, so we're going to roll down this ladder because we're going to take damage. And that's useful. So normally what I would do is I would just do this entire next combat without taking a hit, because when we upgrade our health after this, it completely heals us. But that's a little bit risky for a showcase. So we're going to hit this autosave here. And then we're going to exit the main menu and reload, because it'll fully heal us instead.
I should have made a joke about us muting the audio so we didn't get DMCA'd for that sandstorm.
Wow.
I don't know how litigious Darude is, though, so...
Oh, that put us over here. That's unfortunate.
Him again.
I thought the autosave was further along. My mistake. So we lost a few seconds there. It's fine. We did it for safety. Like I mentioned earlier, the normal way you heal is by drinking water from your canteen, but we're saving that for a challenge later on.
What do you want?
Time is built.
So here's the part where we get the base combat system unlocked. We get combo chains, our fury system, and we're going to attempt to abuse this to get 4 challenges. So the first challenge we're going for is 15 hit chain. Ooh, we blocked early. That's fine. So we're probably not going to get all 4. We can get 3, though, probably. We're going to let our Fury drain, because we got a challenge for charging our Fury quickly. So we're going to do that again. And the chain system, as you see, punishes you for hitting the block button too much. If you just hit block and there's nothing to counter, you lose your chain. Oh, what? Look at that Fury meter. Look at that. Pixels.
What?
Pixels.
There's no reason for that.
I don't even think that's pixels.
Storage.
I think that's sub-pixels.
It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. We have other places where we can get some challenges. So that's 2 instead of 4. Yeah, it's kind of expected. That part can be weird. It's a little bit inconsistent sometimes. Not Max? Apparently some scrap landed on us in the cutscene.
From the tunnels. I need to find him.
That was weird. So now we're going to go meet Griffa, who is that weird, mysterious dude that's been talking to us. And every time we complete a challenge, we get a Griffa token. Because apparently Griffa is omnipresent and is watching us at all times. And when we do cool things, he gives us a token. Lore-wise, I have no idea how this works. I think it's just one of those things where, you know, gameplay, story separation. Griffa is purely a gameplay mechanic, and they only made a half-hearted attempt to explain it in the story. So we're going to try and send the car off the edge, because Chum says an annoying line here and I don't like listening to it. Hey, it worked. And we're going to be using our first couple upgrade tokens here because it's required. We're only going to visit Griffa one other time. One of the important things about Griffa is one of the upgrades just gives you a free legend rank. And especially since we need like 30-something legend ranks throughout the course of the game, we're going to be taking those as much as we can. But it limits how many of them we can grab for now. So we're just going to grab a few points that'll be useful. We upgraded our legend rank. We made it so we do more damage with melee weapons. We made it so that melee weapons can last longer without breaking. We made it so that we can stay in Fury longer. And we made it so that we'll find random extra ammunition when looting things every now and then. Because the shotgun shells especially, and later on the Thunder Harpoon caps, whenever I have access to them, can save time. But we do have a limited supply of them. So if I get a random extra one, it's like, hey, we can use that to save a few seconds somewhere.
Any trouble?
There's a bad guy.
So now that we've finished that camp, we're going to add the turbo onto our car, the nitrous boost.
No time
And
to waste.
that'll sort of make our car somewhat completed for now. and we'll be let out into the open world pretty soon. So we're leaving the tutorial area finally. It's nice. We do have to slow down here, because after we install the boost, there is a ramp that we need to boost over for mission completion sake. And, well, if you go over it before Chum is done talking to you about it, it doesn't count. So that was just about perfect. We had to slow down for a second, and then we boosted over it immediately afterwards. We got credit. Now we have to kill both of these enemy vehicles, which the easiest way is just to ram that one and shoot that one's gas tank. We did it so fast, it gave us the pop-up tutorial on Max's upgrades after we were already back at the car, at the hideout. And now Scrotus is henchman, #1 lieutenant, whatever you want to call him, Stank Gum, is attacking Chum's fortress. So we've got to get the hell out of Dodge, and we got to find somewhere else to go, because the car is not done yet.
Someone in chat commenting that I don't think they've ever seen you on camera before.
I mean, I've been on camera a few times during the main events, but it is not a common occurrence, yes. It feels weird to be in front of the camera, not behind it.
Yeah, well, we just had to share your wonderful face today.
Yeah, someone's saying that's not my real appearance. Yeah, the fox that is my stream avatar is on the shelf behind me. If I
Great White, we can make a deal.
shift, I think you can see it.
Trust they don't kill us.
This is just it's just your human Sona.
Yeah,
I don't think we have a choice, Zane.
because when I'm not using webcam on my stream, there's a picture of that fox wearing my headphones down in the corner in the webcam box.
What is this place?
So clearly that's the real me, right?
Yeah, VTube technology has come a long way.
I only
You
got
can-
one shotgun shell, that sucks.
You can look like an accurate human using VTube software now.
Trolls are everywhere.
Am I wearing that ridiculous human suit? What the heck? Why would you call me out like this? We're going to pick up this history relic, because we had to pick up one for story reasons, and there's a challenge for getting 3. So we're already pretty well on our way, and there's another one that's right along the main story path later. So just by grabbing that one, we can get 3 very easily and get another challenge.
I feel like Donnie Darko references are strangely fitting during a Mad Max run.
Yeah, they kind of are. The long hair was not planned, Toaster. I was intending to keep the hair short, and then it wasn't safe to go to a salon at all this year. And then I was sad. You also notice that the hair only has vestiges of pink left for the same reason. Right down on the tips. I don't know if that's visible at all. We're unlocking this fast travel point because we're going to use it, I think 2 or 3 other times. It's the only fast travel point that we're unlocking. These balloons, when you come up in them, they let you scout out all those dots with your binoculars, and it just puts things on your map as to where they are to help you find all the side objectives. That is... The game is super trolling me, by the way. You see that car with the gear above it? That's a scrap ambulance. It's portmanteaued into a scrap ambulance by the game. If those spawn randomly, they can save upwards of 5 minutes, but it doesn't work here because I haven't unlocked Jeet's Fortress yet, and if I drive into Jeet's Fortress with the scrap ambulance, it just deletes it. I don't get credit for it. So the fact that that spawned and he's just sitting there staring at me is the game trolling me, because they are a rare spawn. You can frequently go an entire run without ever seeing one, but when you see one here, it's completely useless to you. So, thanks, game.
Oh, game being rude.
Yeah, game being rude. So one of the objectives we have to work towards here in this section of the game is we need to reduce the threat level in Jeet's territory, and we need to take out at least 1 camp. So the thing is, taking out camp also reduces threat level, so we're going to take out that scarecrow, which gets us a challenge. Yeah, there's a theme to a lot of the things that I'm doing, mostly getting the challenges. And we're going to take out a sniper tower on the way, because they give a little bit less threat reduction, but gives us just enough, and there's a few challenges related to taking out snipers. And those 2 things, plus a camp that we're going to hit that's right next to Jeet's Fortress, will get us enough threat reduction for the quest objective.
Black fingers are skilled in such
So for the person earlier who's asking about like how many fortresses, how many like camps do we take out in this game, it's generally the minimum required by mission objectives. We're going to go out of our way to avoid doing them as much as we can because they're long and they're slow. And we're going to try a trick later on that helps us kill one without going in, and it's probably not going to work because it's really hard and really inconsistent. But we're going to try it like 3 or 4 times before we do the backup because it's really cool, and it'd be nice if we could get it. And there's a buried car here. These are spread throughout the wasteland. You're supposed to pull them up with your own car. They're generally kind of slow, but the first one you pull out gives you a challenge. So doing one here on the way to Jeet's Fortress is pretty fine. You can get it pretty quickly like you see there. Especially if I get that quick turn. That looks really hot when you do it right. Proud of myself. Looks slick. So this is Jeet's Fortress. His people have camped out in a lighthouse. He is a master of ballistics and guns who doesn't have any access to ammo right now. And you kind of get an idea of his character in this cutscene we're going to skip, where he's like, I wish I didn't have a use for you. Like, he wants to tell us to go away and screw off, but he needs help, and he can't turn us down at the moment. So it sort of starts off as a begrudging agreement between us. And there's a lot of wasteland missions, side quests you can do to help out his fortress. We're going to skip almost all of them. One of the requirements coming up for Jeet is that I have to do 2 wasteland missions. And there's a further point in the game where I also have to do 2 wasteland missions for someone else. And you'll be pleased to know, Zoe, that if I go do the wasteland mission of getting the dog back, and making it a little dog bed in the fortress so that we have the dog and the buggy, that counts as a wasteland mission for every zone. So by doing that here, it also counts for the next area I need to do it for, which means, yes, we're going to see the dog again.
Yay! My voice cracked.
I'd say we've gained us an upper.
Let's try that again. Yay!
So here's another point where I'm going to use the mouse because they want us to shoot stuff with the sniper rifle, and it like, beyond this feeling better, it is just faster. Because I can do that, which you just can't do it that quickly with a controller.
Better than I thought. Nice balance.
Yes, my fingers were controlled by...
So Max wants us to go to Dead Baron's Pass. Scrotus has put up a huge gate, reinforced and protected by his war boys, to cut off this entire region in half, kind of isolating this section of the wasteland. And Jeet wants us to break it down, because it's made it trouble. He doesn't have access to the bullet farm or other people who have made strongholds in the fortress who stand out against Scrotus. And that's sort of our new short-term mission, is we need to beef up the car so it can be strong enough to take on the jaw. But we're going to attack this camp because it's right next to Jeet's Fortress, and one of the objectives coming up is we need to take down at least one camp. And this is the backup for if the scrap ambulances don't spawn, is that they have set spawns, and this camp has a scrap ambulance sitting right there. So after we conquer the camp, we can just take that scrap ambulance, drive it back. It'll give us 500 scrap. And that's sort of how the scrap routing in this game works. If we get lucky, we can skip some of these set spawn scrap ambulances. Some of them are kind of slow, so each one we can skip is really nice. But if we don't get any, we just have to go find these ones and drive them back to a camp. So this is a point where I could spend some extra time getting challenges, or I could go a little bit faster. Since we got a little bit unlucky at the start and we didn't get 2 challenges we want, we'll probably spend a little bit extra time getting some challenges, because there's a lot of enemies here and we can grind up a few challenges just through the combat on foot. I'm going to grab this Thunder Harpoon because it's going to let us complete this camp pretty quickly once we're done fighting the war boys. So we're just going to drop this over here, and then we're going to start fighting. I'm going to tag this guy once because it'll give us Fury, and I'm going to let it drain. Because while we're at it, doing this, we can get another Charge Your Fury quickly challenge. But it has to start from 0 for that challenge to work. Oh, I need to upgrade? This would be bad. I need a skill here that lets me parry weapons, because these guys have weapons. Oh. We used our gunshot. It's fine. We'll get few more here. Ah, 15. What the heck? I'm bad.
Let me try that again. Come for the chunker! Stop them! Get this close here!
Yeah, so this is one of the issues with the game, is that sometimes you get locked into long animations, and then it doesn't let you do anything about it. So you hit the parry button, and then you're in an animation, and it doesn't work. So one of the things that we're going to be trying to doing is avoiding the super long animations, which is why I'm rolling there. Unfortunately, I rolled a little bit too long, and I dropped my combo streak, so we only got one challenge there? That's really bad. We're going to have to take some more backup challenges later on, I guess.
Backups to the backups.
So line this up a little bit further forward. So now this will drop the total territory threat from Jeet's area down to 4, which is the requirement for the quest. We've completed a camp, which is another requirement for the quest, and now we just need to do 2 side quests. And we're going to do that after we do this main story mission where we have to go scout out the jaw. But before we do that, we're going to grab this scrap ambulance and drive it back to Jeet's fortress for 500 scrap. It's a lot. We're also going to pick up this gas can and store it in our car for later. Oh, there's one over here. That would have been faster. Normally I park the car in a different spot, but I bounced off of a thing and wound up in a different place than I usually am. So these scrap ambulances, if you see me driving them around, they're awful. They're big, they're heavy. Vehicle weight is a thing in this game, and they are so heavy because this huge amount of scrap in the bed of the truck weighs the vehicle down, and that means they have a hard time going uphill. If they go off-road, they just don't have any acceleration at all. So whenever you see me doing this, you're going to see me driving very, very carefully when I've got these, especially if I take one in the wasteland that spawns randomly. Is the original moderator on SRC still moderating? I have no idea. I've never tried to submit a run for this game. I believe he's inactive because there's been nothing submitted to that account for 4 years, but I don't know for sure. When I eventually get a run that's good enough that I feel happy to submit it, I'll probably do that, and we'll find out if I need to ask for moderator on that game or not. So now we're driving to the jaw, and we're going to pass a few camps on the way. We're going to take down a few things, like the large sniper tower that's attached to this camp, without actually doing anything at the camp, because there are challenges relating to taking down both snipers and large sniper towers that we want progress to, and we're driving right by, so we might as well just do that. Doesn't take very long at all, and it gets us progress towards a challenge. It's not that SRC is censored, it's that they probably said speedrun.com, and links are censored in the chat. So we're going to kill this sniper on the way by, because he's annoying and he'll shoot us, and it's another sniper for the challenge. Is there a category that includes reducing all threat levels to 0? I don't believe so. There's an all missions category that nobody has done a run of because that's long. I used to do long speed runs, but I can't really do anything about longer than this game anymore. Like, just sitting in place doing one run is not good for me because of some health issues.
Long shots up ahead.
I see them. I can take him out with a sniper rifle.
The what?
The long shot.
This game does not have a lot of active runners, and that's why it's on the show today, because Runners Wanted is a show where we showcase games with small communities, and I feel like I should probably let Zoe do that plug.
I mean, you already did it, so.
Risky.
But yeah, it's Runners Wanted is meant to be a showcase of games with smaller communities with the intent that someone watching may decide they want to speedrun it and increase the size of the community.
Yeah, and if people pick up this game, they can do better than I am, because they will probably be less bad at the combat than I'm being right now. So we have to go up to the top of the jaw and look through our binoculars. There's a bunch of combat in the way that I don't feel like doing, because these shield enemies are a pain. You have to break their shields, either by shooting it with a shotgun shell or attacking it repeatedly. And we do want to use our shotgun shells for specific things coming up. These guys we were supposed to shoot with a sniper rifle, but if you just punch them, they fall off. So of course, why would we shoot them with a sniper rifle when we have limited bullets? So right now we are spotting the jaw. This is the big gate that Scrotus constructed to split the wasteland in half. And we gotta figure out a way to break it down. So that's our new objective. We gotta beef up our car.
Not without some preparation. The car needs more power and grip. It needs side armor and a grille to shield the nose. The hunchback can make it happen.
I'm specifically trying to do this without taking fall damage. And if you bounce off collision like that, it like stops your fall damage, but it's weird. This game is very good, and if you haven't played it, like somebody mentioned in chat, it is on sale frequently, and it is a fun casual play. So do recommend if you have never played this game before. So, Chum is introducing us to Archangels, which are sort of like these blueprints for specific cars that he has planned. And he wants us to help him make the Jack, because he thinks that one is strong enough to break down the jaw. So that is our current goal. We need to do that, but we need the car body still. And we need to get side armor, which we can't get here. We have to go to a different stronghold to get side armor. But we're also going to pick up the Wasteland side quests that we need to do for other things. Jeet is introducing us to projects. Every stronghold has like improvements you can make, and one of them is attached to a quest, and also gives us a really nice benefit of refilling our ammo once every half hour or so. So we're going to do the quest related to that because it counts as a quest, and it means that for the rest of the game we have routed out points where we can come back to Jeet's territory and get all of our ammo refilled, which is really, really nice.
There. Mark their hideout.
So we need to go get the dog back. I need to wait for these pop-ups. We need to go rescue the person who used to work at the bullet farm from the slave rustlers, and we need to go get our car body. So we're going to use that fast travel point that we unlocked because it'll take us right next to Chum's hideout, which is where the dog is. And then we're going to drive the buggy back and do the other two at the same time. I think for our first break, generally when I finish this making the Jack, usually happens around an hour, maybe a little bit afterwards. It's probably a good point for a first break. Zoe?
All right.
Like we're a little bit behind, so it might be like hour 10, hour 15.
My buggy? Haha, dude, Hopper. She lives yet?
Sturdier than it looks. There you are. Found food and water too.
Look at Doggo.
Good dog.
Doggo!
Dinky D's alive! I knew he would
Here.
prevail.
So the dog and the buggy is a separate mechanic here. It's kind of the intended way for you to get ammo throughout the game, because there's these minefields, and the dog can smell the mines. So you drive around in the buggy, and the dog goes bork, 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 leading you and pointing in the direction of a mine. And you disarm it, and you get ammo from disarming the mine. We're not going to do any of that, because it's slow, and we've routed out the ammo to be fine without it. But like I mentioned before, getting the dog, getting Dinky D, and bringing him back to the fortress counts as a mission in 2 territories. Both the territories where we need to do missions, so it's just worth it. So this is what Dinky D does when he smells mines. He kind of pops up and looks at them and goes woof, 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 bork, 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 bork. That's why on my stream, when I'm playing this game, at the bottom of the screen, it usually says, Dickie D says, bork pork. Somebody spam pup time in chat for me, because I can't. Just say pup time's name in chat, and it'll post cute dog emotes. And the reason why I'm ramming cars on the side of the road before somebody asks is especially with this car is not very good at car combat. And those cars on the side of the road, if you leave them alone, will chase you and start trying to fight you. But if you ram them and either kill the people on foot next to them or do enough damage to the car by ramming it, they will not chase you. So it takes a few seconds to ram the car, but this car is not good in car combat and would lose a bunch of time if they were chasing me. So it just saves time overall to just bonk into them. And of course now these guys spawn. That might stop him from chasing me, but there's a second one. Thankfully we are almost there. I was trying to dodge him, not run into him, because we're so close to the fortress that I was hoping to just outrun them. But of course, he dodged out of the way in the same direction that I dodged out of the way. Sort of like that pedestrian thing on the sidewalk where you both try to get out of each other's way. You awkwardly make it take longer, and then none of you know what to say, because it's weird.
Stop calling me out like this.
No, you leave him alone. He's a friend. He's not hurt.
So we make a little dog bed out of the barrel for Dinky D, and that completes that wasteland mission. So every time we go into a fortress, you'll see Dinky D kind of sitting there in the corner, but there's not going to be any more prominent featurings of our dog friend throughout the game. Wow, someone in chat is way braver than I am. That's when you go in for the hug, they say. Ooh.
Oh, yep.
Okay, so this is why I wanted the water. These
Drink.
groups of wanderers spawn randomly throughout the wasteland. And the first time you give them water, only the first time, you get a challenge.
Yes. Water.
And it looks like that takes a lot of time, but the issue is that as we get closer to the legend rank that we're trying to reach, each one starts taking longer and longer. So by doing that, it does actually save quite a bit of time over some of the longer and grindier challenges that we would have to get otherwise. Oh my goodness, please. All of these things spawning is completely random. Oh, that was a boom bug. Okay. Hopefully that was not the one that I rammed, because the one that I rammed shouldn't chase me. It looks like yes, okay. So that means that I'm good. We got lucky. The boom buggies are very Mad Max. It is a VW Beetle packed with a bunch of gasoline, and they try to drive up next to you and explode. Just imagine the war boy just screaming "Witness me" right before it explodes, and it's very Mad Max.
Rookie! Rookie! Is that a shell? Am I sweet? Who you with? Hurting time! Here it comes!
So this is the car body we need, and then by fully looting this camp, we will also get the challenge for looting 5 camps.
You want to scare this henchman?
And they're punching us, and I don't really care.
Okay, like the war boy. Watch out! The gas tower!
So up here we have to get a piece of the project. You normally have to find like multiple parts for each of the wasteland projects. He was not supposed to hit me there. That's annoying. It's fine. That actually makes it easier to do a death warp later on, so it's fine. We're just setting up for that. Like in the end, if they damage me there, it just means I have low health, which makes this next part way easier. So we're gonna drive over to the Slave Rustler's Cave. I have to do this in a really weird way, because when you complete the objective, oh my god, hi, friends, how nice to see you. We just got derailed because that's a scrap ambulance, and he's driving towards Jeet's camp, which is perfect.
Shoot up his tire!
Because you have to take a second to like disable the driver in a way that it doesn't break the car, because you want to drive it back. So I pull off the door, and then I pull the driver out, And then you can get in this and drive it back. That saves like 5 minutes, by the way.
Clap.
So it looks slow right now. Oh, he shot my tire. What a butt. Okay, maybe it saves a little bit less than 5 minutes now that he shot my tire. I probably should have let the scrap ambulance get further away from the sniper. It doesn't drive well when it's missing a tire. Have to be really careful on turns. But this still saves a bunch of time, even with missing a tire.
Might be able to roll it closer than this.
So this is sort of the open routing that I was talking about, because you see these early on, you take them. If you get more than 2, like if they just spawn constantly, they don't save time anymore. So that is the other way for the game to troll you, is just to throw like 6 scrapulances at you, like, hey look, you want these, right? And it's just not worth it anymore, and all the other runs you had where you never saw any are just sad in the background, looking over your shoulder.
I can't get out of the car or they'll make me.
I did that to try and avoid this guy on the side of the road, because we're missing a tire. Car combat in this thing is already bad. When you're missing a tire, it's even worse.
You know, I just had a thought. If your car is missing a tire, do you need to retire it?
No. I appreciate the pun, but we're literally just grabbing this, driving it back for all the scrap that's in the back, and then we're never going to drive it again. Chat, I think, is displeased about that pun, though.
Yeah, I was like, no. Now, see, now they're displeased. They hadn't gotten to them yet.
Right, so that's 500 scrap. And it means I can skip the really, really slow backup scrap ambulance that comes later. If we find another one, I can skip the kind of slow one. And if we get one past that, it's like, whatever. Depends on where it spawns. If it spawns really close to a fortress, then I can skip the third one. But if it's far away from a fortress, then I just leave it. So unfortunately we have to do a little bit of backtracking here, but that still saves time, trust me. It's also a reason why splits in this game are a little bit weird. Because there's open-ended routing, stuff like that, where you spend some time now to save time later. Somebody says that pun was tiring, Zoe.
Someone said it was exhausting.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. That's unfortunate. These people are going to be chasing us. Hopefully we can get some good distance and just not let them catch up. So I was explaining before we got distracted by our scrap ambulance friend, because they're friends, even though we have to kill them. But it's fine. They were just bringing us a bunch of scrap. Clearly that means they're friends, right? We're going to go into this cave, and we've got an objective in the back of the cave. And normally you'd think, okay, just fast travel out of the cave. But for some reason,
What can you tell me about
you can't. So the other thing is, after you complete the objective, your respawn point is sent back to the point where you'd want to fast travel to. So take a death warp. That's the next thing. Except it soft locks the game. Unless you, like, wait a certain amount of time and then death warp. So we're going to do some strange things after we finish this mission. We're going to, like, pick up a little bit of extra scrap. We're going to walk slowly across an area. And then we're going to die. And it'll take us back to the camp. Because you can death warp, you just can't do it too quickly. I'm also going to punch this sniper, because once a sniper gets tagged as being in melee combat, they'll never pull out their gun again. So it means he can't shoot me while I'm doing that. It's just an interesting little tidbit in the game's code. We're going to do that again later on, where there's a sniper that could shoot us at an annoying point, but just by punching him once, he'll never bring his gun out again. Oh yeah, sorry, the enemies in this game sometimes use language. I think I forgot to warn about that. They've been pretty well behaved so far, but you might hear some swears in the background every now and then. So people are asking about my pronouns in chat, and so we'll just explain it now. I am non-binary, masculine leaning. I prefer they, them, but I'm fine if you call me he, him. And so the he, they is sort of just a short form that a lot of people in my situation use to explain that quickly. Oh, that was
NBs rise up.
that was really, really good. That guy normally takes way longer to kill than that. But because he charged and hit the wall, he put himself into a stagger animation. I was able to shoot him and stagger him again without having to break his shield. So that looked really simple, but that was extremely lucky. Also, by doing that and fighting him out there, it prevented him from spawning reinforcements.
I'll get you out of here.
So that was like
I'm
the perfect fight.
I'm annoyed that the game cut off my NBs rise up.
Sorry, I had to shoot a gun loudly.
It's okay.
Those two who fed me. They call me Blaster.
GDQ NB Pride.
Hail from the bullet
I can't
farm.
type it, so I'm just saying it.
I don't currently have a sub, so I can't type it.
I think Garby got us already.
Yeah, she did.
Get yourself to Jeet's lighthouse.
Garby's a cool
They're
person.
waiting for you.
Garby wasn't expecting the vicious complimenting to target her, but we did it anyway.
Garby is a great friend, though. You know, after the Boxing Day episode where we had a near 100% NB representation on my show, this is the first episode where we have 100% representation.
Yeah. The whole 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2 is still 100%.
We got us a sneaky little tunnel rat.
So what we're going to do is we're going to run out here. I was thinking of doing the slightly faster route, but I think we're just not going to risk the soft lock. Because it's only a few extra seconds. So we're just going to run out the usual way and fast travel back to Jeet's camp. It's not really a soft lock. What it does is it prevents us from having access to the ammo table, which is the entire reason why we came here. Because when we fast travel back here, it's going to refill our ammo completely. Somebody gifted you.
Yeah, right after I said, please do not gift me a sub. I was not trying to fish for a sub, but apparently that's what happens when you say you don't have a sub while you're on the mic.
Yep. So we're going to grab the shovel face. That's the car body we found. It's going to trigger our next main story mission we have to do. Jeet wants to talk to us, but I don't want to talk to him because it gives us a side quest we don't need to do. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and we're going to build this ammo table with the person that we rescued. He used to work at the bullet farm, so he can make bullets for us. The next quest that Jeet has allows us to help Jeet get enough supplies to make enough bullets that he can trade with the other fortresses. So you can't get an armory in other fortresses until you do that quest, but I don't care about that, because the 30-minute cooldown on just Jeets is enough for us to use it for the rest of the game. We're going to grab some of this scrap that's scattered around, because there's quite a bit here. It's only a short detour for quite a large amount of scrap, and it puts us into a good situation on our scrap routing for the rest of the game. Somebody dropping the gift subs in chat. Thank you.
The same person that gifted me, so at least they spread the love. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't feel as bad anymore.
So now we have to go to Gutgrass's stronghold, but on the way there, there's a camp that isn't required for story missions, but the reward for clearing the camp is a paint job, which we need for the only other Archangel we have to unlock. So at some point in the game, we have to do this camp. And if we go this way instead of the way that the game is trying to tell us to go, it takes us directly by the camp, and we can grab that on the way to Gutgrass's stronghold. This is another opportunity for us to get some challenges as well. I might reload to refill our health here. Didn't mean to go off-road this early, but at this point we're committed. Take a while to go back on the road.
There! Those big ferns!
We're gonna take down these snipers because they're very annoying when we're in the camp. They can shoot us while we're in the boss fight. It's very rude. So we're gonna take them out. Especially since it's a showcase. If we were going for a PB, I might just skip it. But assuming that since we're on the GG stage, anything bad that can happen will happen, we're just gonna play that safe.
Avoid the fire!
Why'd you get out that side, Max? You could get out on the other side, Max. Get out on the right side. And you can fit through here.
Sit
Oh, you
tight.
can't.
Yes,
Max?
I will not leave
How
her
can you
here.
not fit through that? Oh, well, that works. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to reload here for safety.
He was clearly just scared of like the very sharp things that were threatening him.
That is not an issue later on. Well, there will be a cutscene that I'm going to point out, which is very funny. Specifically for that.
Oh no.
We have all
Alright.
the makings.
I need to run quickly because that fire is going to turn back on. The game is going to remember that there's supposed to be fire there. Reloading does unfortunately put this guy over here instead. So it is a little bit slower. So we're going to go for... Nice thing about reloading is it also completely clears our fury meter. So we can try and get one of those challenges for filling our fury meter quickly. Ah! The heck?
Is there too much gameplay going on, or can I take this opportunity to explain my pronouns?
You can explain your pronouns, yeah. Go for it.
Okay, I don't think I've ever explained them on mic, and we get the question every week. V-ver, they are neopronouns, gender neutral. I am a non-binary woman, obviously feminine leaning with that designation there. But I use V-ver in place of they-them. They-them is something that I do not feel fits me, and V-ver I feel does. So.
Yeah, neopronouns is what they're called. If you're curious for more information, you can Google neopronoun V or any other neopronoun. And there's some helpful websites.
There's a lot of great resources for neopronouns out there. A lot of non-binary people are using them because their personal distaste with they/them. But they/them is obviously still a very valid pronoun.
Yeah. The explanation that I've heard from some friends is that just like they/them feels othering to them and they'd prefer something else. So, you know, it's a perfectly valid opinion.
Yeah, for me personally, I used they/them when I was gender fluid before I came out as trans, and so they/them for me feels just as misgendering as using like he/him.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what we're going to do is this is a boss fight. And we get our challenge for 25, because this is the first time we drop combat. All these bosses have weaknesses. Some of them are weak to weapons and other things. This guy's weak to fire. And there's fire in his arena. So we're going to bait him to attack over here. We're going to attack him and bounce him into the fire. And then if we do this right, we can keep repeatedly bouncing him into the fire over and over again and just do a bunch of extra damage. That actually worked really well. So now we need to lead him away from the fire a little bit and get him to charge back. Oh, come on. Come back over here, buddy. There's a little bit of RNG on how quickly he charges, so I was hoping he'd wait a second and then charge. But he decided to charge immediately, and now he's waiting. Because he's a helpful individual. Like, I just need him to charge. If I walk close to him right now, he's going to try to attack me, and he's invulnerable in his attack animation. So, like, it looks weird, but I need him to charge. Otherwise, I can't attack. Like, he's vulnerable after he swings and he misses. He wasn't in the corner, so he escaped a little bit. He's charging. See, that's the issue. I can shoot him and do a little bit of damage. But it doesn't work if he's charging. I just need to do a little bit of extra damage to him. Ow. Oh, I'm dead. Am I dead? Am I dead? Roll, 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 roll. Woo! 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 We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're okay. Yeah, somebody's bringing up a thing in chat. Because of the setting of this game is right next to Gastown, where gas is normally a scarce resource in the Wasteland, it is not here. Because... Okay, we apparently took 1 pixel of damage from that. I mean, that'll take us to the front of the camp very quickly. Which is fine.
We have all the makings, all the
I did
pieces.
kind of want to loot
Stand ready
the
to
scrap
finish the
there,
job
but
now.
we're fine on scrap
Final
routing.
piece we can and must lay at Dirt Gash's stronghold.
Normally you can do that without taking damage, which is why I rolled. But apparently we took just enough damage that time.
Watch your back, Saint. He's ruthless, same as Cheat, but older and
Where is this little
he
crevice?
camps in a
It's over
hole
here,
way
okay.
down in the Great White. His clan
So now we need to go over to Gutcash's strongholds, where we can apply the armor that we need to our car.
What can you offer?
Heavy plates of steel armor, grills, other life-saving defenses.
And then we'll
are
be
especially
done with this mission. We'll be able to take our first break.
at a hefty cost, of course.
If you want to explain the break thing before we get there, because we're only a few minutes away.
Yep, I'm ready.
Here it is ahead. That gas is gone.
Just another shipwreck.
Oh, don't be fooled. Where we see a wreck is.
So we're also going to meet Hope here.
That'll save them for when the water returns. They protect what's
Hope is an
theirs.
entire
Down there.
deal, and is unfortunately very story crucial to this game. I'm not a fan of the way Hope is treated in the Mad Max universe. I'm just going to put that out there. I enjoy this game. I like playing it. There are troublesome aspects. Hope is one of them. She's gonna help us in exchange for us giving her her fan. We're gonna skip the whole cutscene, so you're not gonna see it at all. And she's gonna use that fan to help her daughter and some other people escape. You're gonna see her more throughout this game, and it'll become clear why I'm not a fan of how they treat Hope in this game once we get further on. But just be aware that we're skipping a cutscene with Hope where she helps us find the thing that we need, and in return, we help her out a little bit. So this is going to complete the mission, which will warp us back to the front. So there we go. I'm going to skip this cutscene. I'm going to pause.
Consecrated corpus of the ancient
And
combustion. Your guise is now that
waiting
of
for
the
Chum to
Jack.
stop talking.
Complete, radiant, deadly.
3,
Ready for
2,
anything?
1,
No whammy.
pause.
And timer is paused. So at this point, we are going to take a quick break so Ray can get up, get some water, stretch their legs. I encourage chat to do the same if you've been here since the start. I will also be doing the same. Take care of yourselves, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And we are back. I hope you all enjoyed the break. Got a nice leg stretch, got a nice cup of water. Use the bathroom if you needed to. But we are going to resume this Mad Max run. Ray, I hope you enjoyed your break.
Yeah, got a good stretch, got some water.
Awesome. Before we jump in, I just want to remind everybody that Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions. Please consider subscribing to support future broadcasts. And whenever you're ready to resume, just let me know and I will hit this button.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Until we get the V8 from Gastown.
Indeed, yeah. And maybe not even that.
And for chat's benefit, during the break, I sent Ray a meme I had created which is the always has been meme, but it says, wait, it's all backup challenges? Always has been.
Okay, so this is a challenge we intended to get. This is a third history relic. It's right here. We have to talk to Gutgash, so you can see it's right there on our path. It's not really much of a detour at all.
So, killer.
And Gutgash is going to tell us about a jag tip for a harpoon that can be turned into explosive, but we need to take out a convoy that's using it as their hood ornament. And we're gonna do that, but we're gonna sidetrack for one other thing before we do. We have everything we need except for the amount of scrap for some upgrades and the car body for the other Archangel we need to build eventually. So we're gonna go grab that car body real quick. I'm not good at remembering how to get there without the map, so we're gonna do that.
I doubt anyone will give this town
Somehow you're the one speedrunning and I'm the one that can't press buttons because the timer only just now started.
What the heck?
I pressed it and then I noticed it wasn't going on the stream. I'm glad I watched.
Sorry,
Yeah,
trying to...
there's chat calling me out now.
Oh, these are convoy tracks.
Look, it's a frame perfect trick to start the timer, okay?
That frame perfect trick that works on every frame.
I was going to leave that part out.
It's a frame perfect trick that has a frame window of infinity.
Can I get a started timer? Sorry, timer machine broke.
Let us smash it into the unholy ground.
It's fine. We're like 4 minutes behind our PB right now.
Okay,
we're gonna
someone's saying I did, so I guess that my mouse did its double click thing.
we are gonna save some time later on, thanks to that scrap ambulance. So that 4 minutes behind might be a bit of a lie. What the heck? Did that count? I don't know if that counted because he interrupted me. I've never been interrupted in that animation before. We got it. Okay. Usually when you start that animation of firing the flare gun, you're invulnerable.
Is your mic live?
It should be, yeah.
Okay, someone's saying you were muted, but other people are saying you're good, so never mind.
I looked over at OBS and my mic is unmuted and I see the thing going up when I talk.
I'd wager if we destroyed these unholy camps and the Scrotus hordes, they'd treat us like...
So now we need to go find the convoy, and this is probably the main section of RNG in this game. There's a few other minor RNG things later on, but the convoys go on a circular path. Those are the ones with the big black tire tracks on the road, because the convoys are constantly traveling on them in a circle for gameplay reasons. But which direction around the circle they're playing is a 50-50. So unless I see the convoy, you just have to guess which way we think it's going this time. So which one do you think? Left or right? Zoe? Call it near.
Left.
Left? Okay. We're going left.
Hope I timed that where you were actually in the air.
So we just get to drive around this track and hopefully find the convoy. And if we go too long without seeing the convoy, we turn around. Because that means that we're going in the same direction of the convoy and it's on the opposite side of us and it'll take us forever to catch up. But it looks like that's it in front of us. It's going in the same direction of us, but we can catch up to that pretty quickly.
Dimrim's convoy.
Yeah, there it is.
So, in my patented style, I was right for all the wrong reasons.
Yes. If we turned right, it probably would have been slightly faster. Well, it depends on how far we get before we catch up to them. I'll let you know which way it was. Actually, I think left was slightly faster.
Aha!
So here's the issue, is normally I would have more shotgun ammo because we loot the boss after we kill him. But when we rolled off the edge there, it didn't let us keep our shotgun ammo. So we have to do some damage to this guy the traditional way, which is just smacking with our car a bunch. We don't want to ram him from behind because when we do enough damage, you'll see here in a moment, he starts spewing fire from behind. which would be lovely for him to start doing at any time because he'll kill his own buddies here. And I want to save the shotgun shot for when he's low health. Why did he stop? Oh, that's bad. So we're going to stand here. Let Chum repair the vehicle. This guy got out of his vehicle, which is why we got out and just stood there. If you stand in places where they can't drive, they'll get out of their vehicles.
How's it going?
This is a little bit unfortunate because of the death we took there. We have less shotgun ammo than we should.
Getting away, Saint.
Normally you just shoot him 3 times and he blows up, and that's that. But you can see what I mean by car combat is slow. I mentioned that earlier. We won't avoid car combat as much as we can, basically. So we have to catch back up. He shouldn't have gotten too far away because he was stopped. And his car is pretty low health. We just basically need to get to the point where he's shooting fire out from behind him, and then shoot him with a shotgun, and that should be it. This also is pretty nice because he's closer to the point where we want to get to afterwards. I think he's flaming. Is he flaming? Yes, he's flaming. Good.
Tower the wreckage for our revered bronze. The talent is now ours.
So we're going to jump out.
Track scavengers.
Try and grab the Talon. Where's the Talon? There's the Talon. Try not to get run over.
How does this help me?
Then we're going to go to this camp here.
Fashioned into a Hodor, an unprofane figure made to bring luck amongst these.
Because this camp has another scrap ambulance, and we're right here, so we can just fetch this, drive it back to Jeets, get a bunch more scrap, and we'll be in a good position. We'll only need 1 more scrap ambulance for the rest of the run after this. Unfortunately, this camp is surrounded by cliffs, so I do have to drive around a little bit to get there. I'm going to take out this sniper, because I don't want him shooting the tires out like he did earlier. And we also have another sniper here. Leave me alone. Sniper like that. And we're just gonna ram that tower. Ram that tower. Get out, Max. I actually don't care where I park this one, because I'm not driving the Magnum Opus back. So the chain challenge we've been getting doesn't scale past 25. Oh my god, okay. Doesn't scale past 25, so we're going for 25 chains for the rest of the game. We got stuck in an animation again, and we couldn't block in time. We were at 21, so I thought we were good. It's all fine. We'll be fine. Everything's fine.
You're just being punished for your hubris. It's fine.
Wasn't even really hubris. Give me a
No,
shotgun shell.
but I know of a very cute cat named Hubris. So
This
Oh,
will work
okay.
as cover.
So we're not going to bother to take out this flame because it doesn't do much damage just driving through it. This guy was sitting out here waiting, really? You didn't leave?
very patient.
I'm just going to leave him there. If he catches up, he's going to feel the pain because the scrap ambulance, like I mentioned earlier, is very heavy. It makes it hard to handle, but it means that if I do a side ram attack, it does mega damage because it's very heavy. So if he catches up and tries to attack me, I'm just going to bump into him and he's going to explode. So it's really up to him on if he wants to feel the pain or not.
I think he just wants to give you a hug.
I'll give him a hug, all right. He's just not going to like it very much.
I was like, that was very threatening cadence there. Remind me to make sure you're not using that cadence when you offer to give me a hug.
No, no, no. You don't get those types of hugs. You get friendly hugs.
Yay!
He got a hug. I was trying not to give him a hug. He got a hug. I have not submitted a run in 5 years. I've been running this game on and off for quite a while, and I have not submitted a run. I just... there is also another reason why this is on Runners Wanted. There's a really big glitch that could possibly break the game open, and I have failed at using it to break the game open. If we have time, we'll show it off later. So this Jeets is where we wanted to drive for this mission anyway. So we get the scrap. Now we're at Jeets. We get full ammo. And now we talk to Jeet. Hi.
Talon, huh?
So now we have the Thunder Harpoon. Oh, I should be upgrading my car here. You want the Speed Demon in particular.
Are you telling me that a car called the Speed Demon is good for a speed run?
It's actually the Speed Demon that we need to unlock. It requires us to unlock it.
Okay.
Because we got to do a race later on.
I hear him.
And you gotta have a
Oh,
fast
do
car
you?
to get in the race. And the
Chief.
Speed Demon is the one that makes the guy go, hey, that's a fast car. You can be in the race.
Smithereens!
I'm not even like making that up. That's just how the interaction goes.
Practice! Just practice!
10 out of 10 dialogue.
No need to get itchy trigger fingers. My nugget.
Would this have to be run on PC? Would PS4 be competitive? Ideally, we'd be running a load remover if like a community popped up for this game. There is no load remover currently because I'm the only one running it and didn't feel like putting in the effort. Okay, that just killed him apparently. I thought we'd just do a little bit of damage, he'd give up, he'd drive away. He just exploded.
He didn't even get a chance to drive away. He kind of rolled away in a fireball.
Yeah.
Steer true to avoid the boom bombs hidden all around.
That was funnier than it should have been, but I was not expecting that. We are going to take a slight detour, and we're going to pull down these towers. No, I didn't want to pull down the sniper. Thank you, game. Why did you choose the far target when I wanted the close target? I want to pull these down because there is a challenge for defeating a bunch of these, and I might need to use that as a backup since we haven't had the best start of the run.
Here come buzzards.
And since we're driving by them, you know, take a few seconds, pull them down. Give us some progress towards that challenge.
What do you know of these
Close.
big barons?
Our headlights are closer to gas now, so the patrols are nastier, more frequent.
Then this car will need more work.
There is Pink Eye, an ancient lady of war and racing. Touched by the angel, her machines are truly gifted.
So, like, people were curious about the fact that I don't have a run on the leaderboards. I have run this at events before. I have talked about how I want other people to run this game. I don't like my runs. They're not good, so I haven't submitted them.
Let me do my stuff.
So this gate is restricted for ramming. And normally you'd use the harpoon to pull it down, but you gotta upgrade the harpoon to pull it down. And it's not restricted for explosions. So we're just gonna do that.
There it is. The jaw and its blood-soaked.
What the heck? There's a scrap ambulance here? That's not worth it to get.
Thundersticks are coming.
There's no way that saves time. But what the heck, game? Why are you trolling me? It's too far away from any of the strongholds to drive it back. If I drive it to a new stronghold like before, it just deletes it. It doesn't count. And also, this is probably the most dangerous place in the game to try and steal a scrap ambulance. So just absolutely trolling me. And him being here is going to cause problems. I was going to reload here anyway for safety, so we're just going to get rid of him by reloading. I'm so angry it spawned a scrap ambulance there, Zoe. Why?
I can tell you're angry because you're using your angry voice.
Don't talk me, I angry.
No talk of them, they angry.
So for some reason it checkpoints you after you blow up all the towers, which does a few nice things. It resets the positions of all the cars that are chasing you. It refills your health, and for some reason, sometimes in the testing earlier where you're supposed to shoot the 3 vehicles with the Thunder Harpoon to show you how it works, sometimes it doesn't give you all of your ammo back, and reloading there will give you the one that you're missing if it did that. So it's just a safer strat to reload there. Alright, hopefully the car does not blow up.
Lungs are still pumping, and our hearts are still beating. Yes!
We're gonna have to stop here pretty soon and do a thing, so hopefully we can get there and Chum can repair the car while we're doing it. Because when we park over here, they will all go, hey, I can't drive there, and they'll get out of their cars.
Then we'll do the same for her as we have for the others.
Like that. Oh. Probably not enough enemies to get a 25 combo. Or maybe. I think they ran that guy over though. Yeah, they did. they just ran over the other dude too. Okay, definitely not enough for a 25 combo now that they all just killed each other by running each other over. I mean, our car is repaired, so I might not even kill that dude. That was I've never actually seen them kill each other like that before. It was funny. So this is a fortified scarecrow. You need like a tier 4 harpoon to pull it down. That costs a lot of scrap, and you need to be a much higher legend rank to be able to get that to tier 4. So instead we're just going to ram it 3 times. It'd be nice if you didn't fall off the thing, Max. Please and thank you. This guy is still angry at us. What? That didn't die on the third? That one did so much less damage and we were going so much faster. Zoe.
Don't blame me.
No, just explain, Zoe. Why? Impart upon me your knowledge.
Gremlins.
Gremlins, okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Gremlins, clearly.
Yeah.
So we're going to stop here as well. This guy is going to be a pain. We juked him, so he drove past us to give us a few more seconds to line up the shot. I wasn't sure if that was going to work, but it did. We need to reduce the threat in Pink Eye's territory much lower than we did Cheats. So that's why we took down the large scarecrow, we shot that sniper.
Pink Eyes
We're gonna have to do the most stuff in this area to reduce threat because of a story mission that's required.
Scout it out before we get any closer.
Sound idea. Sound idea. Keep our distance.
I like how after I shot the sniper, that's when he gave up. All the other stuff, no, it's fine. Shooting the sniper, oh, that's scary. Better run.
Chad is asking if you can pet the dog.
There's a cutscene where you pet the dog, but I cannot pet the dog on command. I will let you decide if that counts as petting the dog.
There's only one way inside. Through there.
That, what? Why did you even target that? I'm displeased. Okay. You want to get out, Max? If you watched, you could see Max was shifting back and forth between the two seats because he couldn't figure out how to open the car. I think there's a checkpoint here because of this mission. So it's like...
Max only knows two things: drive fast and die.
They're reducing the pink ice.
Oh, and it didn't give us our harpoon back. That's great.
There's only one way inside. Through
Oh boy. Kill those guys because they're gonna be annoying later on.
The schools are all exposed.
I missed!
hang tight.
Back here. They're just gonna have to pull this door off. Dude, you wanna stay in the area that we're supposed to be fighting in? Not, like, exit. This guy is doing the damage. What the heck? He just blew up the car.
Well.
I've never seen them do this much damage before. These are like low tier vehicles. They're not supposed to do a lot of damage. Look at this guy. He just drove into the rock.
That's
What just happened? I went into bullet time and he yeeted me off the car in bullet time.
Ray, what is happening?
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, locked into a pushing match. Rule number 1. Come on. Rocket League. You play Rocket League, right? No? Okay.
Bold of you to assume that I play any esports title.
No. I was talking to the guy.
Oh.
I wanted to get stuck in a rule number 1 with him because it would have given me time to just wait for the harpoon to reload, but he didn't want to do a rule number 1.
Bold of you to assume he has access to electricity to play Rocket League. Way to rub it in, Ray.
Let's use the harpoon and rip the beast open.
So we're short on ammo.
Let us hurl thunder
So we're going to use one of these.
You wanna come closer? That's one of them.
Yes, there's a scripted storm at the start. We've already had at least one storm. We have not had a random storm. I do not play Rocket League. I am aware of it. I like to watch Rocket League. So you can say I'm unranked.
Hurry, please. If Snake comes inside, Pink Eye
You
won't.
could also say that you have a perfect record.
Why would you target that dude with the harpoon? I'm so upset. There's usually like a good auto targeting system. It goes based on like where your camera's centered, distance to the target, you know, that kind of stuff. So sometimes you can just not aim and you shoot and it works. And other times that happens.
The rest are inside.
Let's hope Pink Eye can hold her own until we...
Max decided to shoot somebody who is not in the center of the screen and farther away because I don't
Maybe
know.
there's a way up through the room.
I don't have an
That's
answer
just
for you.
That's just how it goes. Max thought that person was a much bigger threat, apparently.
Alright, I really want this to give me a Thunder Harpoon cap. I used to think this was guaranteed until recently. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Is there a reason why you no longer think it's guaranteed?
Because it didn't give me a Thunder Harpoon cap. That right there. It hadn't happened until I started practicing for this show. It didn't give me a Thunder Harpoon cap. I'm like, oh, that's not guaranteed. Good to know. Hope that doesn't happen during the showcase. It just happened, by the way, in case you weren't looking.
I gathered from context. I didn't learn much in the 3rd grade, but I learned how to use context clues.
There's a challenge for stabbing 5 people with these. And there's a little rack here that has an unlimited supply of them. So I'm just going to do that here. If I get unlucky, some of them will just jump to their doom. And then I won't get 5. But there's another one later on I can use. I think that one took out 3. Yeah, we might not get 5 here. What? He dodged. You're not supposed to dodge. You're just supposed to get stabbed in the chest. Out of context, that sounds really awful.
Yeah, no.
I said it and I was like, oh.
All right, going to go make a new soundbite for my soundboard.
Gosh dang it, Zoe. So now we have a required fight here. Normally I would just shoot the shotgun, try to get like some triple kills, but I think I'll try and get a 25 combo since we're behind. I shoot that guy because he's a pain in the butt. He makes this entire combat worse. So I will target him specifically. Roll, Max! What? Oh my god. There was a Y prompt, so I hit parry, and then he decided he didn't want to attack anymore. And dodged me even though I wasn't attacking. And that meant that I didn't parry anything, and it canceled my combo.
That was...
Did you see that?
I did. I absolutely saw it. Like, you went to go parry, and he just, like, ducked out of the way.
Yeah.
It's like, what? That's not how that's supposed to work.
And now we're not going to be able to get to 25. That was impressive. What are we? How are we doing in Legend Rank?
Like, straight up juked you.
Okay, we should be fine still. I didn't want to use that shotgun chat, Max. Thank you. I was hitting the B button next to the menu, and apparently I hit it one too many times.
I think the game is misunderstanding what's going on here. Ray is supposed to be showcasing a speedrun. The game is not supposed to be showcasing how rude it can be.
Somebody's pointing out that this looks like Batman combat. This was published by the WB studio that makes the Batman games. Not made by them, but published by them. So I'm assuming because of that, they were given the AOK to use the Batman combat. And they're listed as a partial credit on the developers as well. So yeah, I'm assuming they helped very slightly, probably in the combat part. What? Excuse me? What did you even spin out on, Max? So we did not get another Scrapulence. Well, we did, but it was a rude one. So we're going to go grab our other backup. This one's not as slow as the other backup. This is the faster backup to get. So, you know, we still save some time. But if I had my splits up, this split is like 50 minutes. And this is the section where I clean up all the stuff that I need to clean up for the end game. So, like, if I'm missing scrap because I didn't get enough Scrapulences, I do it here. This is a split where you'd see the time save from the one that we got earlier. Someone in chat saying they love this game, but they wish it wasn't about Max. I can vibe with that. I kind of wish Furiosa got a game, because Furiosa is a great character. And I'd love to have just a game about her. But I think the whole point of this game was that, like, they wanted to have something that focuses on Max, since, let's be honest, Furiosa was the main character of that game, of that movie. So, like, I get it. But this came out pretty much right around the same time as Fury Road. I think they realized some people might not be happy that Max wasn't the main character of the movie, even though he's supposed to be. He's just not. So they released a game about Max. That's my theory. Do you realize how much self-control it said to not say game theory right there, Zoe?
Nope, yep, absolutely. It took equal amounts from me. I was gonna say a Mad Max theory, but even then I thought that was too much.
Stay put.
I'm gonna try and stun this guy. Okay, it didn't work. Should be enough though, because I want to kick open this door and I don't want them interrupting me. I think I staggered them enough. Yeah. Ooh, he missed. It was after I kicked open the door, so it worked, but he missed.
That was slick.
So there's just a scrap ambulance here. Most of them are positioned in ways where you want to like complete the camp before you drive away with them. But this one we can just go up here, grab the car, and leave. This is why it's one of the faster backups, because of the way it's just positioned there. Ah! This thing, like I mentioned before, does not control well. And I hope that was a brief glimpse into the terrible controls for you.
This could work as cover.
Alright, where am I? I'm over there. Okay. I want to turn left when I can, because I don't want to drive by the sniper. So we saw what happens earlier when you get your tires sniped out in this vehicle. If we stay on the road, he shouldn't actually spot that it's us. The issue is if you, like, spin out, go off the road, he's like, hey, you're not a Scrotus driver, and just start shooting at you. He says it in that voice, too. I knew you were going to ask, so I just put it out there for you.
You're just gonna like answer questions before I ask them. What am I even doing here?
Being a good friend. Got him. Mark 1 point up for me.
Dang
To
it,
the
now
like
it's like
7 for Zoe. I've got a
Yeah.
singular point.
You're on the board. Dang it. Someone in chat was keeping track before.
In case people are curious, I have a number of friends where we have a game of attacking each other with compliments. Zoe's one of them, in case you didn't notice. Another showrunner, Tina Hacks, is another one. Another wonderful person who's not here right now to defend themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Tina is a fantastic friend and a wonderful person, and I am very, very happy to call them my friend.
So, someone's talking about the setting for this game. This game is set in the wasteland next to Gastown. Because the wasteland has Gastown, there's the Bullet Farm, the entire Citadel area of the wasteland has a number of big landmarks. And this is the area around Gastown. So this is post-apocalyptic. There's a lot of gas because of Gastown. We're in the Citadel, so water isn't a super shortage. It's not an easy thing to come by, but you can still, come by water somewhat easily. This is a non-canon side adventure, but it is set in the direct area that Fury Road was in. And the main antagonist, Scabbers Scrotus, is one of the sons of Morton Joe, who has taken over Gastown.
I'm enjoying the theory that was posited in chat that the rest of the world is just fine and this is just Australia that's like this.
Yeah. Every once in a while you hear Max with a slight Australian accent. It's a little bit weird. Because it's supposed to be like location agnostic. Like, they drew inspiration from some areas when making this part of the wasteland, but they didn't want to like tie it down to this is in this area.
If they're really going for location agnostic, you should just drive straight up in the center of the front seat.
Okay, well those guys spawned, and that's bad, so we were gonna try and take out a sniper over there, but we've got backups to avoid doing that, because I don't want to try and be sniping while these guys are chasing me. But this is another camp we got to take out. This is a really fast camp. We're not going to do any of the intended objectives in the camp. We are going to finish stabbing 5 enemies with a thunder harpoon, though. Ow. Usually he waits longer before he shoots there. There is a kind of a gross moment coming up here later. I'll tell you when it's coming. Like, a little bit of gore and Max eating some maggots. It is unpleasant. If that's not something you want to see, I'll tell you when to look away. But it gives me a challenge. And we're behind, so I can't really skip it. Did you not? So this is the biggest fight here. I'm not fighting it because that shield guy is a boss. You see his health bar appearing right there. It would take a long time even though we're behind on challenges. It's just not worth it. Instead, we're just going to throw that thunder harpoon over the fire. And it's going to hit the main objective of the camp. And it'll clear it out instantly. Alright, so here comes the gross moment. Look away if you do not want to see the gross. Alright, gross moment over. I'm trying to figure out what I can do here, because what happened earlier is because we were behind, we got a ammo refill at Jeets when we didn't want to. Okay, we got it now. Okay. So I was trying to do other things long enough that we get an ammo refill from Jeets again, because we need some ammo for the next 2 things that we're doing. But I was worried that the timer wouldn't be up yet, and we wouldn't be able to get an ammo refill. So we did manage to spend enough time doing other things, where I could refill our ammo. Now we're going to go for the skip. The skip. It's inconsistent. It saves a huge amount of time. We're going to try it a few times. Hopefully we'll get enough of the skip to see, so you can get an idea of what I'm trying to do, even if we don't get it. And there is a backup, because we need to clear 1 more camp. Well, 2 more camps, but the other one's easy. We're doing that after this.
Chad is once again asking, can you pet the dog?
There's a cutscene where you pet the dog. You cannot pet him on command. I'll let you decide if that counts as petting the dog or not. So if you look at this cliff wall here, you'll notice it's vaguely ramp-shaped. And you might get an idea of what we're going to do just from me saying that. I hit the wall! Okay. Almost had it. First try. In a showcase. But what I was shooting at is the objective of the camp. You'll notice that it does a bunch of damage to the car whenever I do that, because I'm ramming straight into a wall. So we're going to have Chum repair it. Oh, I'm so upset. Even in my PB, I didn't get that trick, because it's just so inconsistent. Let's try it again.
It's fine. The first time was just a practice. This will be first try.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, we're way higher this time. Nice!
First try.
Right, cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Keep going. Keep going. We need a chain reaction to happen, and sometimes it doesn't. Keep going. 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3. It didn't happen.
Oh. 2/3 of a first try. 2/3 try.
All right, we'll see if we can get the third one. Unfortunately, that camp, I cannot just go in and kill the third one. There is a huge required fight at the front that takes forever. It's real slow. So if I can't get another jump and get the third one, it's just not worth it. Oh, I don't like that bounce. Yeah. It's very rare for it to not explode all 3, but, you know, I was concerned because it's a showcase and I was getting good luck that it was gonna give that particular result to us. Part of the reason why this is so inconsistent is just physics-based, and the physics in this game are not always the greatest. Okay, yep, we're going to the backup. You got to see the trick. You got to see what we wanted to happen, and we just didn't get enough of it to, you know, get credit.
Chad is asking, can you pet the dog?
I'll wait a bit before I answer again. We just answered the question. So unfortunately, if I want to try again, I have to let Chum repair the vehicle. Because if I ram into the wall and the vehicle catches on fire, and it's about to explode, Chum will not fire the weapon. And repairing the vehicle from this health is going to take a really long time. So we're just going to go to... Okay. I'm just going to wait for chat to catch up on that one.
Yeah, it's always exciting whenever you stop mid-sentence, because even I have like a couple seconds of delay, and I'm like,
No way
okay.
can he drive here.
So I needed to get the car out of there, but I couldn't drive it. And if I left it there, it would just kept getting hit by these towers. So the only way to get it out of there is to run away on foot to be far enough that when I use the flare, it'll teleport for Chum bringing it to us. So yeah, this is the backup. This camp is annoying because of these towers. And I can't complete it nearly as instantly as the other ones that we're going to be doing. Hopefully we can get this in one. Nice. Whoa. What the heck? We just like bounced off. Did you see that? I don't think that's how physics work. How many hours do I have on this game? About 300. I've seen some real weird physics glitches. Just because I've played the game a lot.
They can sense you. They're coming to feast.
What the heck? You're not supposed to do that. I have to reload. So this is a door you have to kick down. And if you get into combat with them, they're never going to leave you alone long enough to kick it down. But like 9 out of 10 times, if you just run past them, there's like a weird startup time before they start attacking you. You can kick it down while they're aggroing you. But unfortunately, he didn't do it that time, and he punched me out of the animation. So the alternative is to do that entire fight, or just reload. I'm being asked if I can pet Zoe. That is not physically possible. We are in very different physical locations.
And social distancing.
Yes. I'm on the East Coast, Zoe's on the West Coast, and it is not safe for us to visit each other right now. Which I'm sad about.
They
He did it again. Okay, he left us alone though. You wanna... Sometimes the door doesn't fall over when you kick it down. I was gonna say, I have a lot more than 0 scrap game. Don't give me that. Also, I did not 100% this game. I got a decent way through the open world, and then I was just sort of like, I'd rather just finish the game at this point. Because a lot of it is a little bit repetitive. There are a lot of camps to clear, there's a lot of things to defeat on the map. There's a lot of the car-related stuff you can do if you really enjoy the car combat. You can dive pretty deep into that. But that part didn't grab me too much. But I still enjoyed this game, and it is set up in a way that, like, once you're done doing side content, you can just go to the end of the game. Alright, these guys are annoying. So I'm just gonna throw some gas at them. Hey. Would you not? Normally you can just run past that dude. But he was on his game today. So that's why this is the backup camp. It just takes a little bit longer. Loot it! Oh, I didn't get there in time. What's the lore behind calling Max the Raggedy Man? So at the start of the game in the opening cutscene, Max got into a fight with Scrotus, who's the leader of Gastown. And Max stabbed Scrotus's head with a chainsaw blade, and it sort of did that thing where he didn't die because it went directly in the center of his head. It probably split his corpus callosum, if you know what that is. It's a situation that's happened a few times to people in the real world, where if your brain gets impaled in that specific spot where the corpus callosum is, it doesn't kill you, it just causes some major problems. So they thought that Max was dead because Scrotus threw him off the land mover, but he's been running around and causing trouble, so he's sort of the legend. Everybody from Scrotus Stank Gum wants him dead, so they just refer to him as the Raggedy Man because he's wearing raggy clothing that he stole from his war boy. So when you get your corpus callosum split, we're just going to medical territory now. What it does is it splits the connection between the two hemispheres of your brains, because that's what that is. It's the part that splits the two hemispheres of your brain. It connects them together. So it can cause issues where your left brain and your right brain aren't communicating with each other. There are cases where somebody who had problems with their corpus callosum, or they had it split by an accident, they were not always aware of what their left hand was doing. So they'd go to the closet. This is the example we learned in class. Is that, you'd go to a closet and you'd pick out some clothing, and you'd come back and you get to your bed and you're putting clothing on the bed, and your left hand is holding a jacket that you didn't realize that you picked up. So you go back to the closet and you put it back, and then your left hand is holding a different piece of clothing, because the two halves of your brain just are not communicating. Can I hit that? Aha, I can. So this is a camp that we normally wouldn't do in a speedrun. It doesn't make sense to do this camp, except it's laid out in a very interesting way. Because these camps, the stank gum camps, you just have to defeat every enemy inside of them. Okay, I mean, I guess that counts as a way to get over that. Normally the car breaks that barricade, doesn't jump over it. But because of the way this camp is laid out, we can go through and still take it out pretty quickly. I should grab a gas can. And after this camp is probably another good place to take a break, Zoe. Because we're just about at 2 hours.
Alrighty.
This is what you want! Come and get it!
Come up here. Well, he's lost down there and he's not actually objective of the camp, so I'm just gonna leave him. Normally I have to kill him because he's in the way, but time save, I guess. So all of these painted war boys, the blue and the purple and the yellow ones, these are Stank Boys Legion. Stank Gums Legion. And you'll see them mixed in with normal enemies sometimes. But this is a camp that just houses them. And the objective for defeating a camp is to kill all of them. I timed that perfectly. I like Stank Boys now. I think they're just Stank Boys now. Quick question for chat. For anybody who's been to ESA, are Stank Boys related to Street Boys?
We got company. Come here.
Also, I do appreciate that the enemies in this game use corpse as a verb. He stopped attacking again. Zoe.
I have no control here.
I'm just calling out your name because you're nearby and you're my friend. And I'm in distress.
I'm your security NB.
Yes. That is upsetting. Somebody in chat says no. I assume that's in reference to Street Boys. But yeah, these enemies, they talk about, you know, you're in for a corpsin', or we corpse them all. They don't say kill. They just use the word corpse as a verb, and I kind of love it. How are we doing on challenges? We might need to actually go do some backup challenges. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to go do some backup challenges. The enemies in combat have not been behaving. Alright, so let me stop and think. We're going to get a challenge. We can get a challenge when we get the part in Deep Fry's territory. We're going to get a challenge when we're leaving the Underdunes, for sure. We can get at least one challenge in the Underdunes. We're going to get a challenge from the race. Okay, where can we get some backup challenges? I know one place we can go.
Oh, the angel sings again. Hit it.
So we need 8 challenges. We've got 4 that are safe. We could get a few more if I play well. But I haven't really been playing all that well. Oh, we were supposed to take a break here. I was distracted about challenges, so I'll pause in 3, 2, 1.
All right. I am assuming everything. I'm assuming I timed it correctly this time. Cool. Awesome. Cool. We are going to take another brief break, stretch your legs, get some water, do what you got to do, and be back here in a couple minutes, chat. We'll see you on the other side. We have returned, despite the timer being stuck at 5 minutes and then jumping to 2 minutes. We speed ran that break a little bit, but we're here with more Mad Max. Ray, just take it away and let me know when to start it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. So we're talking about backups, because we're behind on challenges. Because a combination of me not being good at the video game and the video game being real mean has put me in an unfortunate situation. So if we absolutely have to, we can take some small detours to get some more challenges. I will have an opportunity to make up some of the challenges by not being bad at the video game, so we'll attempt to do that instead first, before we give up and take the time loss.
Agent.
But we are approaching sort of the end of the game gauntlet of missions. We have finally gotten to the point where we can get into the territory where Gastown is. We can now also get our speed demon. Because with that final upgrade of reducing Pink Eye's territory is what we needed for the exhaust for the speed demon. We're not going to remove the armor yet because the speed demon doesn't have the armor technically. But the armor is useful while we're driving around for now. And Deep Frya is the other area where we need to do some stuff. We don't need to do any strongholds for him, thankfully. That would be annoying. But what we do need to do is we need to complete 2 stronghold projects for him. We need to get 2 of the upgrades. And as we mentioned earlier, Dinky D's little buggy and dog bed counts as an upgrade for every stronghold. So we've already got 1 done. We only need to do 1 more. And a bunch of the upgrades in Gastown only require 1 part to find, because if you look at the map, the Gastown area is so much smaller than all of the others. So there's just less areas for them to spread up the parts across. So we're just going to grab 1 of those in an area that's very convenient. There's going to be a big fight there, and we're going to try to not be bad so we can get a challenge done while we're doing it. If we get lucky, we could get 2 even. That'd be nice. Gotta slow down here, because if you hit any of these cars at a high speed, physics in here is terrible and you can get stuck in the ceiling. Yes, that has happened to me before.
Of course it has.
We've also reached the part of the game where sometimes the skybox will just change dramatically for seemingly no reason. I don't know why.
Clearly this is based in Texas then.
Mm-hmm. God, what does it say now? Did you know Railcoon is nuclear backwards? Zoe finally told me that earlier it was asking you all to ask me if I could pet the dog, which apparently that's why everybody was asking. I didn't know this.
Can you pet the dog though?
You can pet Max pets the dog in one of the cutscenes. You cannot pet the dog on command. I will let you decide if that counts as petting the dog or not. So we also have to do 1 wasteland mission, and there is a mission here where we help Chum recover his holy wrench. Not even kidding. He thinks it's his sacred wrench given to him by the Angel of Combustion. Functionally, it gives him a better repair speed, and when you are completely stopped and out of your car, it lets you do a quick repair where you don't have to wait for Chum. That's not
Blue Shasta's mine.
Blue Shasta's. I thought Shasta already knew.
We're being asked what vehicles would we drive in a Mad Max-esque apocalypse setting. A moped.
I'm so upset.
Oh.
Right, we're gonna try and get this guy in black war paint, because he's the annoying one here. While we're in rage. Oh my god. Remember the part where I said not being bad at video games? Okay, that one was the game's fault. We were stuck in an animation, and I hit the parry button and it didn't do anything. So we get to try again. It's gonna put me in Deep Frya's territory, isn't it? That's a problem, actually. Because we got the objective. So there's no real reason to go back there. I'm just, that's a problem. What would we drive? Question in chat. I don't know.
My answer would be a moped or a Vespa. Like
Vespa?
Specifically a Vespa.
So we would find, God, what are those things called? The thing the mall cops ride that they make fun of in Paul Blart.
Oh, the Segway?
Yeah, you'd find a Segway somehow.
Just rolling across the
Put like spikes on it. Like put some skulls on it. Just yell, "Witness me!" While you're slowly.
A riot shield in the front.
Yeah.
This baby can reach speeds up to 9 miles an hour.
Is this the part where I admit the only Paul Blart I've seen is Paul Blart 2, and it's only because of Blart Side of the Moon?
Reflex! Scout! Long shot!
If you've never done the Blart Side of the Moon thing, it's fantastic.
Bomby boom fields about
I enjoy the McElroy brothers yearly podcast about Paul Blart.
I went the wrong way. So this is why you never want to go off-roading in this area. It's terrible. Doesn't this look awful?
This looks crunchy.
that I will see my own things once more. Most of all, my sacred bridge. Oh, just think
That's
of
the
the
secret
miracles
Cusco.
I'll be
Dinky
able to
D is
perform
just
with her.
baked beans.
What? No. Dinky D is best boy.
No, I mean like, not not the dog Dinky D. I mean the dog food.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, don't you dare insult Dinky D like that. Okay, there's another one of these towers. We can pull that down. You wanna pull it? Thank you.
No, I'm just thinking of the logistics of Dinky D just being baked beans in a trench coat.
The underbelly is big.
3 Namazu in a trench coat.
Yes.
3 Namazu in a trench coat. Yes,
Dark
exactly.
passage and crawl and tunnel, huh? Look, but there's a quicker way. Here, from the
I
outside.
played a tabletop RPG at Dreamation, which is just an indie RPG and tabletop convention, where you were playing ferrets in a trench coat, trying to make human appearances and noises, and it was fantastic.
Yes, I am totally a normal, regular human man.
So like each round, quote unquote, you took turns controlling a different part of the trench coat, and one person was in charge of making squeaky mouth noises.
Oh my god.
Stay put. I'm gonna look around.
It was a very fun game, but I forgot what it was called.
The outcrier. The raid.
We somehow managed to get elected to mayor at the end of the campaign. And then, of course, we saw many other animals in trench coats wandering around after that.
First he wants an errand run.
Is there a schedule for this? I believe this is the only game we're showing today as part of Runners Wanted.
You're in the races.
There is a game called 3 Raccoons in a Trench Coat.
No, we were ferrets.
I wish I didn't.
How bad is it?
It might not be published. It was one of those things where the person running it, we were playing a different game, but it ended very early. So they pulled out a game that they had on cards. Because a lot of the people at Dreamation are playtesting games.
That's fair. Just to quote, introducing 3 Raccoons in a Trench Coat, the game that provides the ultimate in tabletop gaming experiences, the opportunity to play as one of 3 raccoons masquerading as a person by sitting on each other's shoulders while hiding their true form in a trench coat. Same spirit, but not as cute.
Oh, Brutal Legend is being talked about in chat. Yeah. Brutal Legend was an interesting game, and I checked it out. But I wasn't a fan of the RTS component, because I'm actually an RTS player, and it was too clunky for me. Didn't like it. But that sounds fantastic, Zoe. I think it'd be hard to beat the ferrets, though.
Yeah.
I need you to know that I totally pulled a Bubbles when it was my turn to be the mouth noises. And I did a
amazing.
squeaker, squeakum, squeaky, squeaker.
Bubbles, aka Emperor's New Groove style,
Yes.
speaking to the squirrels.
I'm trying to see if I can gather these up enough to get 25 hits. It'd be a problem because these 2 like to grab. These 3 like to grab. Yeah, that's not going to be worth it. Alright, let's just try to not be bad at the video game, and then when we're inevitably bad at the video game, we're gonna have to do a bunch of backups. Sound good? Sound good. Break.
I mean, I already made a meme for this. It's fine.
I just turned the wrong way, didn't I? No, we're fine. So as part of doing the backups, we'll get one for free. We're gonna get 2 at least here. So if we have to do backups, we're gonna get at least 2 from probably the first one we do. So we should have 4. We need to get 4 more. I think. Is it 4 more? Yeah, 4 more. We can get a few bonus ones from this combat.
No alternative.
We're gonna get 1 from the race afterwards. Ooh, I was trying to slow down. We almost got shot into the ceiling, Zoe.
Uh-oh.
So how are we doing right now, time-wise? We'll be behind on time.
We're like 2:14.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at my OBS and then looking at my splits, just trying to figure out where we are. We're actually not as far behind as you might think we are. But if we have to do backups, we're going to lose a bunch more time from that.
No detours.
We should still be well under the estimate. That estimate is there just because the physics can be awful. We haven't gotten any of them yet, where the car can just get stuck in ceilings or the floor, or many other things can go wrong that just costs a lot of time. So when you're showing off a game like this, you give a safe estimate. Yeah, the early scrap ambulance did help our time, but we're past the split where that matters, basically. If I'm comparing to my splits. Well, technically it's this split where it matters. Because this is the part where I would have gone and gotten all my backup scrap ambulances. I already got the 1 that we needed instead of the 2. I can safely say, though, that we have lost all of that time since. Turns out that playing the video game is harder when you're talking and trying to be entertaining. Did you know that, Zoe?
I did know that, yes.
Focus. We're here for the balls.
Okay, just making sure. So we gotta drive through the baggage claim of this airport. It's laid out in the most annoying way possible. Like, who would even set up their baggage claim like this? In order to get to any of their baggage claims, you have to walk through all the other ones. There's like no main aisle. It's a good design for the video game, not a great design for an actual baggage claim. Like, look at this.
Chat saying, just leave the entertaining part to me. No, Ray is way more entertaining than I am.
I feel like that's doing double duty because you're complimenting me, but you're also insulting yourself. So I'm gonna have to link you some supportive pictures later on.
Yeah, you're right.
I have a collection of very positive and supporting pictures. I link them to my friends when they say mean things about themselves.
I get them a lot.
You just need to be reminded that you're a wonderful person. That's 2 points.
If we cannot lower that bridge, we will go
Catching
no
up.
further.
I'll do it. Stay.
Are we?
Oh, but hurry! I feel their eyes upon us.
Why don't they attack? Observing. Studying.
Yes, I say positive and supporting because they're 2 different things. Like, positive vibes and telling someone that they're a wonderful person are 2 different things.
Let's get out of here then.
Everyone needs a friend like Railkin.
What the heck? Oh my god. See, this is why I don't think I'm catching up. Because for every 1 that I do, you're getting in like 4 or 5.
It's big.
Okay.
The cavernous
okay.
belly of the Underdome.
This is just the terminal of the airport, and again, it's massive. To their credit, there is like the ruins of like what appears to be like a monorail in the airport.
Oh, these murky
So I guess it would make
halls.
sense to not make people walk this entire way.
They were once filled with older worldly goods and treasure. Now empty.
I'm curious about this part though. Like, what's this?
I hear them scurrying below like deadly bugs.
So the part coming up where I have an opportunity to get a bunch of challenges is there's a large forced combat with a bunch of enemies. I can get the 25 hit streak. I can fill my fury meter quickly a few times. If I get the fury meter challenge a couple times, I can't drop combat to get 25 combo more than once, sadly. But if we fill our fury meter quickly multiple times, we can get a couple extra challenges that way.
It never ends.
But we should get at least 2. 3 will be tough. And we are definitely getting another one leaving the area. Because there's a challenge for defeating buzzard vehicles by any means. And we've already defeated like 4. So we just need to blow up 1 on our way out. And we should get another challenge.
Anyway. Yeah, they all are. They are Cry's errand boys.
There is a bit of a jump scare coming up.
Oh, don't like that.
If you're not a fan of those, I'll let you know when it's coming.
Hi, it me. Not a fan of those.
It's not a major jump scare. It's just like kind of an atmospheric one, and then sort of like, ooh, that's creepy. But if you're like really focused on the game and you don't know what's coming, it can kind of get you. Why do I need to complete challenges? Because there's a story mission coming up where I need to be a minimum legend rank. People will even accept the mission.
Full end of weaponry.
And legend ranks are increased by completing challenges. Alright. There are 2 corners here. When around the second corner, that's when the little thing's gonna happen.
That's just a bunch of mannequins. The store. Gotta be this way.
We're past the jump scare.
You should be getting close now.
What made me speedrun this game out of all of them? I played it and I really enjoyed it.
Oh, there it is.
That's it.
Grab the bulbs and get out.
I wanted to play it more.
This should be enough for Twinkle Toes.
Alright, so here's the big force combat. What is the best PC headset with a mic? I don't know. I gave up on headsets because they break. I have a microphone and headphones. Because one of the issues with headsets is they need to run multiple wires to the same cord. So generally, most headsets do not have as much protection on the wires as a headphone does. And they kept breaking. So I gave up on headsets. If you can afford switching to a headphone and microphone, I would suggest it. Because I've had these headphones for 8 years, and I've never had to replace them.
I've had the same set of headphones for about 8 years myself. I just recently upgraded to a newer model of them. They are very good.
Like, upgrading to headphones and the microphone is a little bit more pricey. That's why I understand not everybody's going to use that setup, but in the long run, you will spend less money on your audio setup if you do. Oh my goodness, please. So we got 1 challenge, trying to get the second. Honestly, just gonna drain this fury. I might... So, partway through this fight, the door opens and extra enemies come in. I might just fight them instead of leaving. Yeah, here they come. Oh my god. Okay, no, we got hit. Bye. the main reason why I normally don't fight them is because that guy with a shield is a pain in the butt. Oh, I was going to shoot him and then maybe fight them, but I got punched out of my shoot animation. Okay, so we got one challenge. We'll get a second one here. Yeah, we're going to have to do some backup challenges. I was hoping to get more there. But the main issue I have with this game is the camera. Because you're an over-the-shoulder camera, but like, what in the world was that? Did you see that, Zoe?
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
So that's a scripted enemy. He's supposed to pop up, but he usually doesn't pop up at that speed or crash into the wall.
Yeah, that was that was a thing.
He's supposed to pop up in front of you, and he's a drop kicker. It's an enemy that drops mines behind it as it go. So it spawns like that to drop mines in front of you and be annoying. So as I was saying, the camera is my main complaint with this game, because if you play the Batman games, you're generally at a much further out camera, which lets you see your surroundings very well. In this game, it's very easy for enemies to sneak up behind you and you not know them that they're there, and for them to attack you and knock you out of your combo. Chum? Fire? One second, I need water. Got something stuck in my throat. Hi. Sorry about that. We could get a few more challenges here. Normally these enemies destroy themselves when you hit a certain point. There's a scripted event that happens. I might try to farm them for some challenges though. Problem is this guy doesn't want to behave, because I need to get that challenge. I need to destroy them with a side ram, and they want to fight me head on. It's not worth fighting them on foot. There's not enough to get a combo. So I might just let Chum repair this and see if I can get a couple more side rams, because I think I'm close to the defeating enemies with a side ram challenge. Because I got 2 at the start. I got at least 1 extra from the scrap ambulance. If I can get these 2, that should put me at 5. This is going to look weird, but I need to drive the other way for this to work. Because if I drive too much forward, they're going to hit a scripted event where they crash in the wall and they explode no matter what their health is. But if I can get this challenge like this, that's still faster than having to do like an entire extra combat somewhere else, you know? Don't kill yourself by ramming me. Right, so now I want them to be chasing me. Okay, that's 1. If I can get the other one, that should be a challenge, I believe, if I counted correctly. No, he doesn't want to follow me into the death area. No, oh. Come on. If this works, it'll still be faster, despite it not looking like... Aw, come on, dude. Alright, so we're going to save a little bit of time by just running this direction and then teleporting the car. This is sort of what happens when you get really far behind in challenges. You kind of, like, start having to... Oh, I can't teleport the car. What? I'm upset. I'm angry. Okay. Tell you what we're going to do. We're gonna help. Here's your car back. I don't think he likes that, Zoe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Alright, now get back in your car. Come on. Get back in your car, buddy. Come over here, your car's right there. Jump in. You want to get in your car? Get in your car? Yeah, okay. Okay, he's in the car. He's angry. Okay, we dodged him. Now we need to let him catch up. Wait, did it spawn more? What? I didn't know that happened. Okay, now he's ramming me. He's angry. I rammed him front on. Okay, it's fine. If we get one more side ram later on, then we can get the challenge, I think. I wanted to get the challenge since we spent all that time, but at this point it's just not worth it anymore. We can do other things. That was... Max, that's not how you drive a car.
Praise be saint! We made it! We got the lighties for the loudmouth and we...
So, like, despite how bad this looks, we're not actually too far behind PB splits. Because we saved a bunch of time earlier based on RNG. But now we're having to waste time to do other stuff. We're like 4 minutes behind. Okay, where can I get some challenges? We could go do that. That would certainly work. You wanna let me fast travel, my dude? Where is that camp? We just had it marked on our map, but now it's gone.
That camp hasn't existed for 40 years.
Thanks, Zoe. I appreciate it.
I aim to please.
So we can do this. Basically, I'm looking for places where I can do ground combat, like the hand-to-hand combat, because that'll be the easiest way for me to get challenges at the moment. Because we're close to a challenge of defeating a total number of enemies in ground combat. We can get 25 combo chain, we can fill our fury meter quickly. There's a couple different things we can do to get challenges just by going into ground combat. But I need an area that has enough enemies in it where we can get those challenges done. So this camp that we actually tried to defeat earlier with the trick is probably my best place to do it, funnily enough. And this wouldn't be possible if the trick had worked. What? It just stopped. That was supposed to crash into it, Zoe, and then it falls over.
I don't know what you've done to this game, but you have definitely just upset it today.
The harpoon cable just broke. Oh boy. Get out, Max. Max. Okay, you got out this time. That's good. Alright, we need to repair our car, which isn't going to work while it's on fire in range of that thing. So we're going to run away from it. Teleport it over. Nothing's going my way.
Bring me the car.
Everything's going the highway.
Alright, Chum's bringing it over. And of course we got the sniper shooting at us. So we have to keep rolling. Let me in so the sniper doesn't shoot me. Thank you. This is also getting us credit towards the challenge for destroying these Thunder Harpoon towers.
That's the bright side.
The sniper just shot me. Their accuracy is terrible when you're in the car. Like, you're almost never worried about them when you're in the car. And he shot me. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Fine. Fine.
It's a lead slinger!
Oh, that's the gun. Not the harpoon.
They're lighting us up, and we're gonna get swamped!
Okay.
Wait here.
We don't care about that flamethrower.
Of course I will.
There is a big fight here. I want to take this guy out because I want his weapon. Okay, we're gonna kill this war car. Hang on. Is there another weapon around here? That's another weapon I could get. Was that the only one? That's unfortunate. It broke before I could kill anyone with it.
He's after the goods. Get it!
Oh my goodness. Zoe. Make them behave. He kicked me out of an animation I'm supposed to be invulnerable in. Okay, there's Scrotus
Clearly,
faction.
my efforts to make them behave only make things worse.
What? He's throwing... Where did you come from?
The AI in this game is the video game equivalent of a rebellious teenager.
Oh, we lost our streak again. Is this an oil transfer camp? What is this? Oil pumps. Well, we got a challenge. Not the one I wanted. Okay, we got some more enemies. That's fine. Hello? Controls? I want that weapon. We're just bad at the video game today, apparently. I don't know. This is normally not this big of an issue. I can't even like blame streaming because I'm almost always like locally recording when I play this game. Did we keep that legend rank? Yeah, we did. How many people are dead here? Can we go back in? Alright, so it saved our progress on the first fight.
You know what Scrotus does to the gas is? We come to you! Gas me! He who runs,
We're just gonna have to roll more, I think. What? Okay, we got 25. It's fine. And we got the Fury meter. This is fine, this is fine. We can potentially get another challenge. Because we go out here, it should drop us from combat, which will give us the 25. Yeah. So now we're at 8. So we can get another 25. We should also get credit for another one pretty soon. Yeah, keep giving me perfect parries. That would be great. He hit me out of a parry, which shouldn't be possible.
The game cares not for what you consider possible.
Apparently. Did not get the Fury challenge because that the 20 seconds one is hard. Can we get one more fighting challenge? We're close to killing 100 enemies as well. How do I advance? I completely forget how to advance in this camp. Legitimately forgot what I'm supposed to do. Okay, well, we'll just go to a different camp then. It's fine. We didn't want your camp anyway. I can't fast travel. Why can I not fast travel? Guess we need to leave the camp to fast travel, which shouldn't normally be a thing. We're actually pretty close to having all the challenges that we need. So we shouldn't need to do this nonsense for much longer. As much as I'm upset at the game, this is almost completely my fault.
Bask in your glory. Truly, your legend is great.
I've been trying to play it fast and loose with the combat, because normally that works out fine. But I've just been punished for it more than usual today. So we need 2 more challenges, and we're good. Let's make sure we're close on the one that I think we are. Yeah, 1 more enemy in melee combat. 1 more with Thunder Harpoon. Interesting. I thought we already got that one.
Show what sits on the hood. An ornament of great power for us.
And then after getting those 2, we can do the race that we need to do for a story mission. We'll be caught up and we'll be fine on Legend ranks for the rest of the game. Trying to think of a place where I can get a Thunder Harpoon. I think there's one in this camp. The one that I'm going to currently. Could you believe that after all that I'm 1 enemy short? Zoe?
I believe it.
I'm curious if the friendly fire didn't count as me defeating the enemy. Probably. Alright, I'm pretty sure there are Thunder Harpoons in this one.
Stay put.
Because oil transfer camps almost always have a Thunder Harpoon. I am not super familiar with this camp though. So we're just gonna run around and look to see if we can find a Thunder Harpoon. No? No Thunder Harpoons? Thanks for the friendly fire, my dudes. Oh, this looks like there's gas cans instead of Thunder Harpoons. That's unfortunate. You want to let me through, my dudes? No? You just called me a shit lizard, Zoe.
What? I'll fight him.
Okay. Just need to defeat 1 more enemy. Maybe we can get a 25 combo while we're doing it. Yeah, we're definitely rolling more. We are very surrounded. Tried to roll. That was way more enemies than I wanted, in case that wasn't obvious. Fighting that many enemies at the same time is a little bit difficult. I'm a little bit upset that there's no thunder harpoons. Most of the oil transfer camps have thunder harpoons, because for the oil transfer camps, there's like 9 things you need to blow up. And they usually give you some of the harpoons to do that. But this one appears to only use gas cans. I went to this one because it's close. Just a little bit unfortunate how that worked out. Right. So there's the one challenge. You just called me a shit lizard again. He did the thing where he attacked me while I was parrying.
I think the game is evolving.
Every copy is personalized.
Oh god. Took me a second.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that reference to take. I'm so upset. I need one more challenge. That dropped my chain, really. $13, and we're out of enemies. We need one more anything. What are we close on? Literally opening this menu. Most of these are not realistic to get. Yeah, I think I know where it can go. I apologize that this has been so sloppy.
It's been entertaining.
Yeah, but I should be putting on a better showcase than this. What's down
By
here?
definition, all your showcases are good showcases.
Explosion required. How do I get out of here? You know, besides the easy way of taking a death. I guess we're fighting here. They don't want to let me out. How? What did I lose my streak to? I wasn't even attacked. Seriously, how do we get out? I've lost the entrance. Oh, it's probably over here. Yeah, I don't want to actually blow it up. It says explosion required. What I want is I want a thunder harpoon, because if I can find any thunder harpoon and stab people with it, that completes a challenge. But it doesn't look like there's any in this camp, so I want to go somewhere else. But I can't remember the way out, so I might just have to complete this camp. If I remember correctly, I don't... It's a risk. We could complete the camp. I think there's one for completing a gas transfer camp. Wow, this guy gave me so many hits. Do you have any other friends nearby? No? That's unfortunate. And now one shows up. You want to pick up the gas can, Max? No? Seriously, how do I escape this camp? Zoe.
Go back the way
Help.
you came.
There's a gate.
Blow it up.
That's not the right way.
We're playing Mad Max. It feels like that should be the right way.
What, blowing it up or the way that I went? Well, there's a
yeah.
ladder here.
Scrotus didn't hit hard
At the very worst, we can just do this. Yeah, okay. We're out. That's probably not the intended way. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to an earlier part of the game. We're in backup strats, some backup strats, for people who are confused as to what's going on.
It's backup strats all the way down.
And we're going to find a camp nearby. I think this one has enough people. Because by going to Jeet's territory, it'll only be like the low-tier dummy enemies. So hopefully they won't be like pulling the same stupid stuff of hitting me out of parries, which normally isn't supposed to be possible. Either that or I'm just very lucky and that hasn't happened to me like ever. But normally, like, what happens is if you parry someone and somebody's about to attack you, they back off and they wait for their turn. Because there's certain animations that Max goes into where you're extremely vulnerable while you're in them. So they kind of, like, try not to cheat and hit you out of them. I need a few more enemies. That's 4. I believe there's more back here. No? Is it just 4? I don't think 4 is enough. So let's go to this one instead. Need there to be like 5 enemies. 4 is not consistent enough to get 25 hits.
Please let us tear this unholiness down!
And again, most of this would have been avoidable if I hadn't made mistakes earlier in the game. Some of them were like the game doing things it shouldn't have been, but it almost all comes down to me just making mistakes. There's only 2, or the more? 4? I know one that absolutely works. If there's only 4 here. There's only 4 here. These camps all only have 4, Zoe.
We triumph again!
So this water camp here definitely has more than 4. I was just trying to go to the close ones, you know? Spend less time driving. Apparently that's not allowed.
It's a sound strategy, but you should have known better with how the game has been treating you all day.
It's true. Okay, Max, you know, normally you break those when you drive over them. Not ramp yourself and go over them in the sky. Okay, so this camp, especially with these people chasing me, has enough for me to get a challenge. Because the moment I come down here... Ooh, excuse me. They're going to get out of their cars. So I'm just going to aggro everybody together. Whoa, Max missed. Making fun of the others for missing. Oh my god.
Ray, please.
I blocked because he was swinging his weapon, and he missed. This guy isn't out of his car. He missed, Zoe.
I don't
What am I
have an
supposed to do
explanation.
about that?
Just,
How?
Be psychic, forehead.
I already did that camp. Where can I even go? Alright, we're literally looking at the challenge list. I know one thing I can do, but it requires some luck. Where is a... Okay, we can go over to this convoy area. This has gone so far off the rails. I'm marveling at how far off the rails we are, Zoe.
Mad Max is no rail shooter. There are no rails.
So we need to go over here. This should not have been this difficult. If this fails, we can just bite the bullet and do another challenge that I don't want to do. We're also going to have to heal before we do the next story mission, because we're certainly going to take at least a little bit of damage from it. Okay. That
I've been
guy.
corrected.
What's that?
There's at least one rail, and they're running the game.
Yes, true. I don't want this guy chasing me, so get the heck out of here.
Look, yonder! A war party coming! These tires have been protected!
Okay, that's one. I don't know if that counts. Does it count?
I was just dreaming about killing.
We need enemies to spawn driving by, and we need to shoot out their tires. We can check to see if it counts. Clearing the fog, that's an easy one we could do. We haven't gotten a storm, that would be another way we could do it. That did not count. Okay. We could also do this. We could do a race. Where's the race? There's a race over here somewhere. I literally don't even know where... There it is. That's our backup, is this race right here. But now we just wait for vehicles to drive by. Isn't this great? Because it'll be faster than a race if we get any. But if we wait here for too long, we're just going to go do a race. New enemy. Okay, yeah, the convoy's going by. Good.
Forget not the grand mojo what sits on the hood!
It's one.
Great power for us!
I think I missed.
He's running back to mommy!
Missed again. Unfortunate. Guess we're doing the race, Zoe.
Guess so.
How are we doing in car combat? Tire popper. Oh, we didn't even get... We were not close to the other challenge that I thought we were.
The pump cam!
We could just do this and try to snipe another tire. It's probably faster.
Oh, it's one of Scrotus's convoys!
Need a good vantage point. Got it. Okay. Finally, we're out of this purgatory. We're free, Zoe. We can go back to the game.
Yay!
Ooh, we lost so much time there. Oh, that's painful. Where are we? Oh, we're still waypointed to the race. I was like, this doesn't look like the correct way to go. But it's fine because we're at a gas town and gas town's annoying to navigate. So it probably doesn't lose a whole lot of time. Well, we need to switch to the speed demon now. Because this is the part where it needs to see that you have the speed demon. We're going to skip the conversation, so you're just going to have to trust me that he's going to be like, oh, that's a fast car. I guess you can race now. The weird thing is, like, I was way lower on kills than I usually am. Because, like, on a lot of runs, if I take extra fights by, like, fighting in the Underdune there like I did, killing more enemies than I normally would, I'd hit 100 there. But I didn't hit 100 until I went off and I did a completely separate extra fight and then went and got more. So for some reason I had killed way less enemies this time. I'm not sure what I did that resulted in way less enemies being killed. Like, we ran by a lot of enemies, but that's pretty normal. But we're back on track. We're back on the speed run. We're back from the detour. I'm sorry about that, chat. And we, believe it or not, we should still be on track for hitting the estimate. The estimate was in place for different reasons, being very safe, but I guess that works. We are going to have to reload before we do the race, though. It healed us. Why did we get healed? What? Zoe?
Mm-hmm.
What? Why did we get healed?
You keep asking me questions like I'm supposed to know the answer.
Well, I'm the one that plays this game and I don't know the answer, so I figured, like, either you'll know or... Oh yeah, the slider disappears here. No, I didn't want to stay at 1 HP, but I was going to do something else to heal that was going to take time. But since it healed me, I don't have to. So, like, it's a good thing, I'm just confused. But if I could understand why it healed me, then I could use that in other places, you know? It's like I talked to Crodazzle and there's a cutscene, and then suddenly I don't have 1 HP anymore. So this is just a race. We haven't talked much about the story, but in order to get the V8 engine that we want to build our car, we need to take it from the Big Chief, which is Stankum's car that he uses in the races in Gastown. And in order to get the Big Chief, we need to beat him in the race. So we had to go to the Underdune because the guy who is in charge of the races, he's got, like, lights all over his costume, and he needed more lights. So now we've done that, we've been put in the races, but we need a fighter who can be with us in the races to be our weapon person in the back of the car. The only fighter that is currently available owes a debt to Crodazzle here. So in order to pay the debt, we need to do a race. We need to impress him with our car. And then we will have a fighter who can come with us in the Gastown races. We can do the race, defeat Stankum, take his car, take the V8. And then Max will be closer to having something resembling the Interceptor again. Because at this point, I think we glossed over it. Max believes that Scrotus's Warboys tore apart the Interceptor and just took the V8. So he thinks that the Interceptor's gone, and Chum is helping him make a better car. But in order for it to be a better car, we need a V8, because V8s are very important in this universe. Extremely important. And those barrels that I have to drive through, those are essentially the checkpoints for this race. If you miss a barrel, you have to go back and get it. So we're short one challenge still, but if we defeat this race with about like 40 seconds left, which is not hard at all, then you get a challenge. It's that little icon in the top left of the counting down timer is a Griffa token. Those are what you get for completing challenges. This game is on sale regularly on Steam. I think it's on GOG as well. And that is the rank we needed to reach. Gas Guzzler rank 1. So we've finally done it. Zoe.
We did it!
Get into the gas tower.
Bravissimo!
It's the mission after this one that we need all these requirements for. So like really had to do it there.
Our deal's done.
We also need to get some upgrades for Max. So we need to give him at least one punching upgrade. We're going to do the minimums and see how much extra money we have. We need a jacket upgrade. A wrist upgrade. We are going to get extra ammo because that is not required, but it makes the end of the game much better. Then we'll get another upgrade for his punching, just because it'll make something else go faster. And now we have all of the requirements for... Where the heck am I? Over here, okay. We have all the requirements to complete the game. We can probably do the race with Stank Gum and then take final break, because then we'll be in the last stretch of missions.
Gas tower races. It begins the rain.
I'm ready to race.
Excellent. Tonight, we race!
So one of the nice things about this race is we've got Fumehead. I don't remember what her name actually is. Everybody just calls her Fumehead because she's addicted to huffing gasoline. She's operating our Thunder Harpoon for us. So she reloads much faster than Gem does. So we're spamming the Thunder Harpoon button while having Stank Gum in the center of the screen. We can quick fire one at the start. And we also want to get up close to him to start with, just so these enemies don't get in our way. You want to hop out and fire the weapon, Fumehead? Sometimes when something dangerous happens and one of the cars exploded because Stank Gum friendly fired it, your passenger will take cover and they can't fire ammunition while they're taking cover. So Stank Gum exploded one of his own cars, which made her take cover, which meant I couldn't shoot Thunder Harpoons. That's just this game. Oh jeez. Need like one or two more. Wow, that was really bad. Normally you can kill him instantly and you don't have to worry about like any of the obstacles, but because he friendly fired his car and blew it up, she took cover and we missed the quick kill. So he perfectly timed dropping his dropkicker mines as well.
What we got?
Right as we had to drive behind him, he started dropping them. So that was like not really avoidable. Let's just try again. Hopefully this one will go better. Game had to troll us one last time.
For good measure.
Alright. He just did the thing again, but she didn't take cover this time, thankfully. So the idea is you just want to stay right behind him like this. And just fire as soon as you can. If he gets too far ahead of you, it's a problem, because then the Thunder Harpoons won't connect around corners. Like, this is how it's supposed to go. This looks so much easier, doesn't it? And that's it. It's not even difficult. She got trolled by RNG. Alright, so RNG part 2, Tenderloin. You cannot attack her directly.
Them is the rules. And you will.
You have to let her attack and counterattack her. Because if you try to attack, she just dodges. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to walk away from her. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to walk away. Because if she does this attack, she follows it with one you can counter. And if you don't get too far away, then you can also just counter her first attack. So we kind of got her out of the loop. 1, 2, 3, 4. And she can also just give you delays, which is the problem. She'll just wait instead of attacking. So if this goes well, you just slowly walk away every time. And then counter. And as long as she just doesn't wait, then you should get through the fight. Oh, we didn't. Come on. Yeah, this is the problem. When she escapes the loop and then waits. Oh, sometimes when she misses, you can get one punch in. And she's got like one punch left. Oh, that was the wrong button. There we go. Tenderloin, yeah, that's her name. Forgot about that. So it turns out that when you win the race, you and the fighter have to fight to see who's actually the champion. Because they're actually kind of reasonable about it. They say, like, it's not fair to say the driver wins just because he was driving. So the two people who won have to decide which of them is the champion. Like, it's actually somewhat reasonable, but it is, I guess, still technically a deathmatch. I was waiting for him to attack, because he was almost certainly going to attack, and he didn't attack. And the moment I said, okay, he's not attacking, let me attack him, he started attacking. Okay. So he hits these health thresholds where you can't damage him anymore. At these points, you need to get him to charge into these barrels. I need your weapon. Give me your weapon. Oh, there's another weapon over here. Never mind, I don't need your weapon. Okay, he's phased again. Doesn't need to charge at me. Come on. He's not gonna charge, because we're too close now. Let me out of the corner, please. Ow. Charge over here. Come on, Scrotus. Whoa. So it took away our ammo here, and we don't have our shotgun or any of that other stuff. We only have knives, and we do want knives. They're going to be useful coming up. So we're going to loot this, even though it can only give us knives. We got one more fight with Scrotus. That's mission over, and then we can pause before the final stretch. Scrotus is angry.
Leathers out of height. See what you have done. You took your cup.
And we have a bunch of upgrades that make our melee weapon better. It takes longer to break. It does a little bit more damage. That kind of thing. So now he summons enemies, which is good because you can't actually damage Scrotus through punching. You need a weapon or you need Fury mode. So if you run out of weapons, you need more weapons, or you need a way to build your Fury, which you can't do when you're hitting an enemy who doesn't take damage. So these are kind of here to help us. One of them always spawns with a weapon, and you can build your Fury on them. But if we do this right, we only actually need a little bit for Fury. Yeah, there we go. Almost at the health phase that we need. Ooh, dropkick. Wanted to avoid the dropkick because it's slow. Really? Oh, yep, that's enough damage. Nice. Just had to punch him once. I thought he was at the correct health, but for some reason, once you get him to the correct health, you have to punch him once. So we're clear. We haven't defeated Scrotus, but we'll pause here. 3, 2, 1.
Broken bodies is my trade.
Alrighty. So we're going to take one final break, stretch your legs, get water, etc., etc., and back with the finale of this quite interesting Mad Max speedrun. Quite a bit of routing on the fly. So hang tight. And we are back. Hope everybody enjoyed that break, and we are here for the final stretch of Mad Max. Before we jump into that, I do just want to remind everybody, once I pull up the thing. Scroll. There it is. Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions. Please consider subscribing to support future broadcasts. And with that, Ray, just let me know when to start the timer.
Okay. People are asking about the song because it was credited as the Pokemon trading card game. There's a Game Boy game about the Pokemon trading card game. It's from that. But I'm ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. So while we were paused, you saw the bio of the organic mechanic. So what happens in the cutscene we skipped was we were beating Scrotus. We were beating him down again, but this time he didn't have a car to throw us off of, so Stank Gum, who somehow survived, sneaks up in the middle of the fight and shoots us with a crossbow. And we get tossed down to the deep underbellies of the gas town, left to die. But Hope from earlier finds us and saves us, takes us to the doctor, the organic mechanic. And so now we are in Gastown. People think we're dead, and but we've technically won the Big Chief. It is ours. So we're gonna go retrieve that because it has a V8 attached, and we want the V8 for our car. So we're going over to Hope here. She's down here, and there's sort of this in the story. This happens multiple times. Hope and Max help each other out. They keep doing things that are mutually beneficial for each other throughout the entire story. So here she is, and she's going to help us find where the Big Chief is.
Scrotus is tearing up.
Because Scrotus doesn't believe that we're dead this time, because we were supposed to be dead last time. So he has people looking for our bodies, for our body. And, well, they haven't found it yet. Climb, thank you. That's how you're supposed to open that door. You're just supposed to fight those enemies first. And they don't follow you in here for some reason, so you can just stop and kick this door open. Oh, that didn't make a sound. Interesting. We're going to heal for safety, because this fight can be annoying. And we're at half health. So we get to watch Max drink from his canteen slowly for a few seconds here. And here's the Big Chief. It's all wrecked, but the V8 is still intact. But Stank Gum's boys are protecting it. Oh, sorry, Stank Boys. That was what we called them earlier, right? Ow. We don't need to worry about challenges anymore. We just need to kill everything here. Let's reload here and just shoot this knife guy. He's annoying. Because these orange ones are annoying because they dodge unless you counterattack them. And when he's charging with his knife like that, then you can't counterattack. So you need him to attack you normally with a knife, which doesn't happen very often. Also, these blue ones... What happened to our sound? What? There were no sound effects there for a second. The blue enemies, they block unless you hit them with a charged, like, power attack. Which is why I shot the first one, just to get him out of there. So the big chief is up on this crane, and I didn't try to use it, but the crane's out of gas. So we gotta come up here for a gas tank. For some reason, like, you don't need to refill the gas very much, so you can just bloop. That's enough gas. Like, as long as it has any amount of gas, it'll work.
Let's get this thing to the hunchback.
So now we need to take this back to Deep Fry's Temple, where Chum is going to take out the V8 and put it into our car. We're going to drive this way because this thing does not control very well at all. And if we drive this way, it stops all the enemies from spawning. I don't know why, it just does. We missed because this thing is big and clunky and heavy. So normally you can get these flame upgrade with normal cars, and it usually uses your gas. But the Big Chief has unlimited gas, so you can just hold it down. But now that we've gone this way, all of the enemies have despawned. And we're just going to drive there. I don't know why this works. It just does. My eye was itchy. Oh, he spun out while I was itching my eye. We are taking the V8 from this car and putting it into our car, is the goal.
And this is the only place that makes sense.
You want everyone gags about doing big stuff around here?
So we get back to the temple, and Hope is like, hey, we've been helping each other out for a while. I need help. Because apparently when she was in the cage earlier with her daughter and the other man, when we got her to give, when she got us to give her her fan, she used that to get her daughter and the other man out of the cage. And she wants us to go get Hope and bring her back, or she wants us to get Glory, which is her daughter's name, and bring her back to Hope. So we have to go back to the desert, find Glory, and bring her back to Hope. Sort of like a little side mission, because Max and Hope have been helping each other out, and there's sort of some implied, maybe they're growing attached to each other things going on here. Which Max, being Max, is resisting, because he's closed off emotionally. Except for Angie. He knows how to do Angie.
You know how Angie.
And this mission is a giant pain in the butt. Not only driving through the desert, which sucks, but the mission that comes afterwards.
I don't believe me for saying, but we should really not risk the Opus now that she's complete.
We're in the final stretch.
Focus on finishing the
So this
final
mission,
touches.
and then
Angel beckons.
2 more? Yeah.
Yeah, only a few tweaks now.
Need 2 big fuel tanks to go in the back. Then drive
I mean, yeah.
across the side.
Max has plenty of reasons to be Angie.
That's not part of the design. Where will I, faithful Chumbucket, go?
He is mad for a
Where do I
reason.
fit?
We just missed our turn because I was looking at chat. It's fine. We'll just drive over the dune. You know, that thing you're never supposed to do in a desert? You know, cut across, leave the road, and go over a dune because you'll get lost forever? We'll just do that.
We risk
It's fine.
too much. They're coming out here.
No one feels
Don't chat and drive, Ray.
Would never leave
The first time you come here,
This
Max
little
actually
one
references that. He
soft
says, no, we
man
stay on the road where you risk getting lost forever.
Apparently, Amber also did not realize that your name was Nuclear
Really?
Pepper.
I assumed Amber knew. That's really funny. Oh. Crashed into an airplane. We were driving so fast we crashed into an airplane, Zoe. Pride Pog.
I don't... I have many questions.
So the Underdune is a ruined airport, and there's just crashed airplanes all over the place. But out of context, saying that you were driving so fast you crashed in an airplane sounds like something else. There we go, we're explaining the jokes. Yeah, so after this show, because Runners Wanted is about trying to get new people to, you know, do the run, I'm going to sort of write out my notes for this and post it on the speedrun.com resources. So if people are interested in running this, there will be some stuff up soon.
We came here before and almost found our graves to tempt fate like this sight and to abandon gospel for luck.
So Chum is upset. Because we were kind of talking during it, but he's saying we shouldn't be coming here, we shouldn't be risking the magnum opus now that's complete. And Chum is like, yes, of course, it's never complete. It is our eternal mission to make the perfect car. But Max says that no, we need 2 giant oil wells to go in the back for my drive across the Plains of Silence, because Chum and Max have just been using each other this entire game. Chum wants to make the perfect car and has been using Max to get all the parts for it, because he thinks he was sent by the Angel of Combustion to help him in his holy mission. I always go for that. You can roll just perfectly and land through the gap, but it never works. And Max wants his car to complete his drive across the Plains of Silence to, I think, canonically he wants to meet the survivalist still. Where am I? I got turned around. Oh, here we go. That was not where I was supposed to go. Not down the pit. I was going to have to heal at some point, so that's fine. But when Max points out that no, we need to put 2 giant oil wells in the back for my drive across the Plains of Silence, Chum goes, but where will I go? Because that's where he's always standing. He's riding in the back of the car. And Max doesn't answer him. He just kind of ignores Chum about it. And that's going to be important coming up. So I just wanted to call that out since we didn't really... Hey, we did... Oh, come on, Max. Did you see that? He landed and then he fell off. Zoe, I'm upset.
I have multiple questions about that.
This cutscene isn't skippable. Don't try this at home. Required mention of never be in the elevator gantry. Never be out there unless you're a trained professional. It's very dangerous.
Jump back in. He's gone.
Gotta go deeper if I want to find these diggers.
So we want to grab a shotgun shell here. Sniper round. Thanks. I think that's because normally I have max sniper rounds from earlier, but we used some for that challenge. And you can't get ammo that you're maxed on. So normally it's not possible to get a sniper round there. Oh, I didn't get the triple kill. So that challenge doesn't matter because we've already hit the check for challenges. There's no more things that we need to get challenges for. Just so happens we killed enough buzzards to get a challenge completion. So now there's 3 potential places we can check looking for glory. And after you check 2, it will advance it onto the next section of the mission. So what we're going to do is this one has an ammo box. So we're going to grab this, hopefully get a shotgun shell. Thank you. Ooh, bonus shotgun shell. Money. Because that'll let us... Oh, didn't get the double. Make this fight a little bit faster. And then the next one that we're going to go to out of the 3 doesn't have any enemies. So we can just check it instantly and then advance to the end of the mission.
Better keep looking.
There's a little bit of like randomness on the shotgun shots, like the way it spreads, how it does damage. Grab more water here for safety, because we like being safe. Okay, so then we're splitting between left and right. We want to go straight ahead to the left, because this little dune area has no enemies in it. And it also puts us in a good spot where we're close to the next area we need to go to, which is right there. So it works out in that we don't have to do a fight, and it works out just routing-wise for being close to where we want to go.
Have to find that child.
Why not use the shiv to end the fights faster with auto kills? Because in an upcoming boss fight, I want to use both the shivs there. There's a big boss coming up with a huge health pool, and the shivs take off a good chunk. So while it would save, you know, just a few seconds on those enemies, it would save a lot more to use them on this boss fight coming up.
Come on.
So we found Glory, and we have this slow carrying Glory section. Remember before when I said, Zoe, that we're gonna... Max is not gonna care about spikes? That's coming up here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's an old callback. That's like 2+ hours ago.
You know how to get out
Yeah,
of here?
I barely remembered, but I remembered.
It must be.
So we're gonna go this way. We're like, huh, how do we get out? And then right as we come up here, a bunch of buzzards roll up in a vehicle. It's like, okay, we probably go the way they came from, because they drove here. But we know, we need to kill the buzzards who drove in the vehicle to be able to take their vehicle, sadly. Even though we haven't been doing that the entire game, we can just take vehicles from people as soon as they get out. I guess since we're trying to protect Glory, we don't want them killing Glory. I suppose that makes sense. So this fight's interesting. It's similar to some of the other fights of the same type we've gotten before. So look at that huge chunk of damage the shiv does. That's why we want to save the shivs here. But he has a bunch of friends. And if you kill all of his friends, he summons more. And one of the requirements for this fight is you kill all the enemies. So what we're going to do is start clearing out the enemies, because it helps us build Fury. And we can damage him with Fury. But we don't want to kill all of them, because if we kill all of them, then he summons more, and it's slower. Ooh, look at that damage. Oh, he swung. We can also kind of get him to do some friendly fire if we get lucky. Like this. Oh, he missed. Darn. Something stuck in my throat for like an hour. And as luck has it, it'll come out 5 minutes after the show's over. Sound about right, Zoe?
Yeah, sounds about right.
So now there's 2 left. I'm going to leave it at 2 for safety, because he can potentially kill one of them. So I don't want to leave one left and then have him kill one. Like, oh, I thought he just did. No, he's just staggered over there in the corner. Need him to do like one more charge, probably. Alright, one thing we can do is we can lure these enemies all the way over here. Get some separation going. And he charged right at the wrong point. Oh, okay, we got Fury. We'll take Fury. And we just need to finish this guy, and it'll trigger the end of the fight. Yeah, it's very, very important that you don't kill all the little guys before you kill the big one. because more will jump down, and then when you finish the big guy,
alright.
the objective in the top left will say kill all the buzzards. So you've got like 9 more enemies you need to kill. Wastes like 1.5 to 2 minutes if you do that. It's awful. So here's the part. Watch the spikes here, Zoe. You know we were supposed to be protecting Glory? Oh, look. Oops. Then Max gave the spikes a hug, too.
My immersion is destroyed.
You and me?
Yes.
So we need to not drive out of this tunnel too quickly, because they didn't design it very well. And if you come out of here max speed, you'll slam into the ceiling. Kind of like that other guy did earlier, remember?
I do remember that.
So we've got a drop kicker now. We've got the vehicle that drops these mines. And we can't fast travel. We need to drive this all the way back to Deep Fry's temple.
No, Dad.
And there's no enemies here currently, but I'm sure you can guess that some are going to show up.
Thin Man could get out of the cage.
Using the
So Glory's explaining what happened earlier about how
smart.
her mom used the fan so that she and the other man could get out of the cage.
Same place with food. When we came, Buzzer was already there.
Because they were slaves because people care about Hope. In the storyline leading up to this, Hope has been a slave for a long time. Scrotus's father, Morton Joe, had basically enslaved her and used her as a breeder. And then she was, you know, sold off. Her story is awful. But she knew that if she escaped as well, then they'd come after her and never let her escape. But if she let her daughter out, they might just leave the daughter because they don't care about the daughter. Oh no, he got in front of me. You don't want these guys in front of you, Zoe. As you can see.
I think even without that context, I wouldn't want them in front of me.
Okay, I can pass him here. No, he blocked me! Zoe! Okay, we got past him. What? That mine bounced off of him. I disagree. You saw that, right?
I was doing something else. Sorry.
There we go.
I'll see it in a moment on the on the stream.
Bounced right off his hood and didn't explode.
That's Gaston. That's where Mama's at.
Gastown? Gastown safe?
No,
Why?
that's just the way it is.
So now we need to take Glory back to her mother. But, I mean, it's Mad Max, so he's not allowed to have happy endings. Of course. So as you can guess, something's going to go wrong when we get back. What do you think's going to happen, Zoe?
I feel like it's gonna be a Wizard of Oz scenario.
Oh, okay. Which way?
We're gonna wake up, and then we're gonna see people like Chum and other people, and it's just gonna be like, and you were there, and you were there.
That's an interesting guess.
And then the dog is there, and we'll finally be able to pet the dog.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, you know, I haven't looked to see what you've written in the commentary box recently.
That's what I was doing when I wasn't watching.
Oh, okay, I get it. He's a wonderful friend.
Here we are. We made it.
And, I can't read the other word person.
And a 12 out of 10 person.
Oh, okay. For context, I have it open in a very small OBS preview window. So we come back, and Chum and the car are gone. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like Max gave him the impression that he was going to abandon him.
Gone.
That's not right. Oh, I need to wait.
Never.
If you try to fast travel too quickly, it doesn't work because, of course...
Is it not too fast travel?
Yes. Especially don't 3 fast travel.
4 fast travel is just straight out. 5 fast travel is unexplored territory, though.
This car controls horribly. We almost didn't spin it out. Almost. It has a 3rd level of nitrous boost, though.
Never trust nobody.
So now Max is angry. He's like, he opened his heart very slightly. He trusted Chum. Betrayed by Chum. Even though he kind of betrayed Chum first, but, you know. Max doesn't think like that. So he assumes he brought the car back here, which kind of makes sense. The car doesn't look anything like how we left it. But now it does in the cutscene. And Stank Gum came here, and he had caught Chum Bucket and was torturing him for information on Max, because him and Scrotus want to get revenge on Max. And you remember that Tenderloin fight where we could kind of manipulate it, where by walking away, and if she does the attack that you can't counter, then she follows it with one you can? That doesn't happen with Stank Gum. You just gotta wait and hope that he gives you one you can counter. So this is another big RNG point, and you can only hit him 4 times before he stops letting you attack him. Which is unfortunate as well, because it means you can't get finishers off on him, which is probably the point. Ooh, nice double kill. Clearing out these little guys because they get in the way. He's eventually going to spawn a second wave of little guys. When you attack him immediately after he does that, you can hit him once, and then he'll start dodging again. So you might see me get those single hits in. But the reason why I don't try to attack afterwards is that he'll just dodge. And it wastes time when he dodges. So you just want to attack him 4 times. I'm also not shooting him with the shotgun because he dodges it. And then he taunts you. Ooh. Fury, 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 Fury. Ugh, okay. If we can get Fury, we can actually combo him a little bit more. Because if you line him up against a wall in just the right way and attack him with Fury, then he can't dodge. That might be it. Yep, there we go. Up against the car. Ooh, that's good. I don't think I can get another one. Oh, maybe against this wall? Ooh, got it! Oh, that was just a parry. Okay. What? I hit the parry button. And of course, this entire time, Chum is crying because he says he betrayed us. Which you can have your own feelings on whether or not he betrayed us because of, you know, Max betraying him first. But he believes that Max was sent by the Angel of Combustion to help him make the perfect car. So he's having regrets because he betrayed Max, which by extension means he betrayed his Angel of Combustion. So what we're gonna do... Oh, we need to get out because there's some text we need to wait on. We haven't had to skip text before, but for some reason, if you're punching the car, Max skips his dialogue most of the time. I started doing this once because I was bored, and then Max skipped his dialogue, and I was like, excuse me?
It's the best way to learn time save.
It doesn't matter.
See, like, he starts talking, and then it just gets interrupted when you're punching the car. I don't know why it works. Punching other things doesn't skip dialogue. So we're going to come here for full ammo. That's very important for the final mission coming up. This is going to be really close on the estimate. It might be over by just a few minutes, sadly. So we need to go back to Deep Fry's temple. Because Chum admits that the thing that they tortured out of him is that he told Stank Gum about hope and glory. And we left them at Deep Fry's temple. So we're racing back. Because Max is now extra angry. Because he was, you know, finally starting to let down some of his emotional barriers. Maybe thinking about trusting someone. Maybe bringing people into his life. And now Scrotus, the person who's trying to get revenge on him by any means, knows that Max has grown close with Hope and Glory. So, I'm sure you can guess what happened.
Yeah. Do you think they hold state fairs at Deep Fry's temple?
No. They worship Flame.
But it's Deep Frya.
That is
So,
the
like-
joke, because he's a Frya, as in like the alternate word for a monk, Friah, but he's Deep Frya, like a deep fryer.
I'm just trying to make chat really want deep fried Oreos.
And then this happens. The textures all glitch out every time. It's consistent. I don't know why. And now Max is angry because the cutscene we skipped, we found Glory beaten halfway to death, and she dies in our arms saying, "Nobody will remember my name." And Max says, "I will remember your name." And Hope is crucified on the back wall, already dead. And that's why I'm not a big fan of how they treat Hope in this game. Oh, I didn't skip it! This one is not consistent. It doesn't always skip. And it's the longest one that you can skip, so we get to wait. Because, like, Hope's purpose in this game is kind of just, like, to be an emotional connection for Max that dies, so he gets angry at the end. And, like, that's kind of a more common treatment of women in video games than I would like, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be nice if she was a character beyond just an object for him to get attached to and then die.
It's no use. Sorry.
So now, earlier in the game when we were saved by the organic mechanic, we learned about blood bags, which is a thing in the Mad Max universe. They are somewhat healthy people who have something problem with them that keeps them from being a war boy. So the blood bag in this game is paralyzed from the waist down, and they use him for blood transfusions to help people who need it. So he's just stuck here permanently while they drain blood from him, and he was helped. His blood helped us recover, and he's upset at Scrotus for putting him in this situation, but also because of Mad Max and the way people think about like blood and other things. Like, he views as part of him being within us now. So if we take revenge on Scrotus for both of us, that'll also be him taking revenge on Scrotus. So he tells us where Scrotus is. And this is the worst car combat in the game, because we have to kill every single guard on this caravan. We need to take every single one out before we can attack the Land Mover. And some of these are very armored. And it can take a while. It's why we got the armor upgrade, or the ammo upgrade earlier, because without it, it's just terrible. Okay, we are already a little bit low on health. If we have to repair, it's not the worst thing in the world. It just wastes a bunch of time. Ideally, we can take all of these out without having to stop and repair.
The only thing you know how.
And of course, Max is now hearing Hope and Glory's voices in his head, because he's completely dissociated. And filled with rage. Depending on the health of our car, we can use different amounts of ammo. Because at the end we need to have at least 2 shots of something. A Thunder Harpoon or shotgun shots. And if we are very low health on the car, we want to have at least 1 Thunder Harpoon left. If we have enough health on the car left, we can use 0. Use shotgun shots instead. Alright, so both of these are pretty... We've stripped the armor, which is important because these barrels on the back aren't vulnerable unless you've stripped the armor. And these are the worst two. Taking them out is a pain. They have these grindy wheel things where if you let them ride up alongside of you and just rub against you, it damages the car. So I'm trying to like side ram them without actually letting them contact me for too long. We got off to kind of a bad start. My first Thunder Harpoon shot did not hit the target I wanted it to. He just went completely off the road when I rammed him. That's not good. Because I need them to catch up. And I don't want them to ram me while they're catching up. Because we don't want to lose too much health on our car. Okay. We got one left. And he is way back there. When he's close to catching up, I need to go off the road. I do not want him to ram into me at full speed. That will probably blow up our car. But he's taking forever to catch up. What's going on? Oh jeez, okay. Chased me off the road. Okay, we can go this way and he won't chase us. There's sort of like a traveling circle around the land mover. If you get too far away from the land mover, you lose. But I can't attack the land mover at all right now. I need to kill this final guard before I can. Okay, he's catching up now. Oh my god, really? We're so low health. Drive off the cliff. Do it. Do it. Drive off the cliff. You won't. He didn't.
Like a rolling blender.
This is what I mean by like car combat is very inconsistent and why I avoid it at most costs. Because the physics involved are very inconsistent. Like sometimes you ram them and they barely recoil at all. They take a bunch of damage. Other times you ram them, they take only a little bit of damage and then they fly off the road on you. Like he just took almost no damage there. And I need to do one more hit on him because of it. He's got like a pixel of his armor left. Once again, I'm driving off the road because I don't want him chasing me. I just want him catching up to the land mover. Just need one more hit from anything. But we only have 2 ammunition, and we need both of those ammunition to complete this fight. Okay. We have successfully stripped the armor. Ooh, that was very dangerous. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. Leave me alone, dude. If he gets far enough away from the land mover, he stops trying to chase me and just tries to catch up to the land mover. And I need to pull off his door with the harpoon. Because now the armor's gone, I can take off the door. And now that the door is gone, I can just hit him directly with the harpoon. So this has been kind of a slow fight, but it's extra bad if you have to stop and repair. Because land mover gets really far away. And then if you take too long here, he will summon reinforcements. Which is, you can guess, even worse. So this whole thing is designed so that if you take it slow and careful, which, you know, takes a little bit of experience on how slow you need to take it, you should never get reinforcements. So we almost... Nope, okay. I was trying to avoid the fire. Alright, so what we're going to do is... repair it, please. This is going to be really close. Yeah, here's the reinforcements.
On the edge of my seat.
I need to lure them away from the car, because if they ram the car, they'll do damage to it while I'm trying to get it repaired. And I do not have a lot of time after the car is repaired to get in and get back to the land mover. Yeah, there we go. So now we need to do the end of the fight with these 3 idiots chasing us, which is not great.
You got this, I believe.
The issue is you have to be really close to the land mover to pull off the side with the harpoon. And he's shooting the flame. And I got really close and it wasn't letting me target it. So I tried to boost and then brake so I wouldn't get into the flame, and I just barely touched the flame. You know, like in Finding Nemo when there's like touch the butt. And he just like really lightly flicks the side of the butt with the fin. Yeah.
He touched the butt.
Alright, now, so what we're going to do is we're going to shoot the first target here with the Thunder Harpoon because it's going to create a huge explosion. Like that. And if you're really close to it, when it creates a huge explosion, it does a bunch of damage to your car. Look at these guys. They're just blocking me. They're not even doing damage. They're just putting their car in front of me. But the second one, it doesn't matter if it does enough damage to blow up your car, because the car always gives you the 5-second countdown. And in that 5-second countdown, it's going to trigger a cutscene. So that's why you always need at least... You need a... Only ever at least one Thunder Harpoon, depending on what your car health is. Because you take out the first one safely with Thunder Harpoon, and then you don't care about your health for the second shot. So now, we've managed to get Scrotus' vehicle onto the edge of a cliff. And we're lined up perfectly to ram it. And Chum is begging us to not destroy the Magnum Opus. But we Angie. And Chum will not abandon the Magnum Opus. So we knocked the Land Mover off the cliff. It started a fire. The car exploded and Chum died. It's interesting because this game is like non-canon, but they also made sure that it ends up in sort of the same place it started. Because, look, the Interceptor has not actually been destroyed. Scabrous Scrotus had just saved it as his own personal vehicle and trophy. So, we're trying to kill Scrotus, and that's time. We're gonna not let this cutscene play out because it's gross. And do shoutouts from there. Do you want to show off the glitch? It only takes a minute or two, Zoe.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So we're going to close the game to not show off the gross cutscene. 1 second. Max is really angry, and they get into a fist fight, and he pulls the chainsaw that's lodged into Scrotus's head out, and it's very gory. And I don't really like watching it. So we're just going to close the game. We're going to reload it, and we're going to load that autosave that we made right at the start of the game. And this is the other reason why this game is on the show, is because there's a glitch that almost lets us break this game open in half, like just completely bust it. We're going to go out of bounds in an open world game. I'll let you consider that for a few moments. And we can almost do a lot of things that would save a bunch of time, but they're just out of reach. So even if people are interested in this game and they don't want to run it, I would absolutely appreciate it if anybody would dig into this glitch a little bit and see if you can find ways to save time with it. It happens right at the start of the game, after the tutorial mission. So if we load this save that we made earlier.
Also, your final time did come in under estimate because I added in Keys RNG to the estimate.
Wow. Keys isn't even here.
You got Keys RNG.
So this glitch is very easy to activate. After you finish the first section, you've got this buggy, and you're driving it back with the dog in the back. Bork, bork. Hi, Dinky D. See you, Dinky D's back. I can't pet the doggo. We can just look at the doggo. When we drive into the ship, if you hit the button to exit the vehicle while the screen is fading to black, the game breaks. That's all you got to do. So we drive in here, wait for the screen to fade black, mash the Y button, and we get the cutscene. But if we did it right, after the cutscene, everything will be wrong. No, it didn't work. Okay, but nice thing is, that's an easy reload. And you can do it again. That's usually very consistent, Zoe. What the heck happened?
Today happened.
But we can resume.
Work.
This is not on every fade to black. It's something about this particular load zone. I've tried it on other ones, and I haven't been able to get it to work. It might work on other ones. But the only time you get a fade to black like this is when you're entering a stronghold or a fortress. So like there's very few points where you can actually get the game to hit a loading screen like this. And this is the only one where I've gotten it to work yet. And I think it's because this is before you have the car. spam the Y button. Hopefully we got it that time. And before they patched it. Omega lol.
Patching a
What?
2015 game.
I might be doing it too late. Hang on.
Very pleased.
It's not hard. But I like can't make a save in this state. It doesn't work. So I have to do this to get to it. Just do the glitch, 5Ed.
And we are on the GDQ hotfix, so maybe they hotfixed.
Yeah, they hotfixed it, clearly.
Just been hotfixing your game the entire run. That's why so many unexpected things
Right.
happen.
I don't know if I'm going earlier or late, so I'm going to go early this time. And if that doesn't work, we're going to go late. Okay, I guess we were going too early, so let's try late. I don't think I have a save in this state. So it'll be hard to show off if this doesn't work. But what's going to happen if this works is we will be outside in the open world without the open world being fully loaded, which does a lot of really weird things. And a lot of them could theoretically save time, but it's hard to explain it without showing you. So hopefully this will work. Mash harder! Clearly that's the answer, you just need to hit the Y button more! Ah! I'm just mashing. We're mashing.
They mashing.
We'll give it one more. I don't know why it's not working, Zoe.
I already explained it to you. This run has been blessed by Keyzeron.
Hey, Miss Keyzeron. I want to give him a big hug, but events aren't safe. Blah. What in the world was that? Physics. The glitch isn't working. Yeah, I mean, so the reason I discovered this was once I was just mashing to try and skip this cutscene. I was curious, some cutscene, if you start mashing really early, you can get the prompt to skip it. So I was trying to like try this on all of the cutscenes that could. Oh, hey, there we go.
Aha! All you had to do was say that it was the last attempt.
So now we're out in the world. And yeah, it's not supposed to look like this. The ground isn't loading, half the textures aren't there, but the important thing is we're locked in this zone normally. I can't even open the map to show you. But this section that we're in with Chum, there is a gate over there that locks you in. But because half the world isn't loaded, some of the textures aren't actually here. So I think we're too far to the right. You can get on top of the ship.
It just isn't loading all of the things from this scene because it expects you to be in the ship.
This is very dangerous because there's some holes you can fall into.
You just fall forever.
There's Death Plane, but yeah. If you do this right, you can drop off the ship over here and be into an area that you're not supposed to be in. And the problem is, let's see if we can see it without falling into the holes. The car is down there. You can get close to the car. It's sort of in a box. I have not found a way in the box yet. There's a bunch of holes around it, but it's really, really hard to map all of these textures and like create an accurate representation of where you can walk and where you can't, just by trial and error and doing it blindly. Part of the problem is currently there's a flag active where if I get too far away from the car, it game overs me. I can escape that, but by escaping it, it loads the rest of the world, which is kind of against the entire point of doing this glitch. So we'll show that off and show a few of the other things that I've tried to make progress. But since we don't have the car, we can't call the car. We haven't been given the flare yet. And trying to enter Jeet's Fortress soft locks you in an interesting way. So that'll be the end of showing this off, is soft locking in Jeet's Fortress, probably. So here's the gate that was locking us in. We're going to drop down on the other side, because if we drop down on top of the ship like that, we'll die to fall damage. I know it looks scary because it doesn't look like there's a floor here, but there's a floor here. All right, it says warning, return to the outer graves. It's fine. What we need to do is we need to go that way, because we can get close to a autosave point. And if it autosaves while we're in this state, and then we game over, it will load us on the other edge of this wall. Like this invisible kill plane wall that's everywhere. So we just got to run in this direction for a little bit. So how you doing, Zoe?
I'm doing good. It's been a good afternoon hanging out with a close friend and showering them with compliments and racking up points.
You've completely demolished me in points. But I know a lot of people in chat said they really enjoyed this game. They wanted to get into this game and, you know, maybe try speedrunning it, but it's too long for them. This takes 20 minutes to get a save here and start experimenting with it. So if you are interested in the game, try playing around with this glitch. I'm certain we can save time with it. I just haven't figured out how. My current theory is that because this also happens if I go to the outer graves, if I run too far away from the car in that direction, it gives me the same warning. I think it's a circle drawn around the car. And then if you get too far away from the car, then it triggers the game over. So if we could get into the box where the car is and potentially get it out, then we could bring the car with us into the unloaded world. And that would let us do some interesting things potentially. So we have to stay kind of on this rock wall here, because if we get too far away from the rock wall, then it's going to trigger the game over. But there's a camp here in the distance. You can kind of see one of the towers of it. If we get over there on the road in the right spot, it'll give us an autosave. And that's what we want. We want an autosave. Is there a clip somewhere of the car in the box? I think there's one on my channel somewhere. There's a bunch of Mad Max clips on my channel from the last time we were doing stuff. So the world loaded in because we got far enough away. And that's the issue. It's like, you can do stuff like this, but it loads the world in. Which now...
I feel like if we could do this at a point where you can summon the car.
Yeah, I can't summon the car right now. The problem is loading the world in kind of kills the entire point of doing this. Because now all the collisions loaded again. All right, we're almost to the point where it's going to autosave us. Ooh, might have done it wrong. I don't know if we got close enough to the camp to autosave. I wasn't paying attention.
I don't think I saw the autosave.
Nope, we didn't do it. Okay, the idea is... I can't open the map right now. Let's open a save where we can look at the map. Basically, there's two circles around the car, where if you stay within the first circle, the game stays unloaded. And the second circle is where if you get too far away, it just game overs you. And you can escape the second circle, but that requires loading the world. Oh, that's going to play that cutscene. Never mind. So what you can do is, if you, by hitting the second the game over trigger right out in an area where it auto saves you, you can escape, and you have free roaming of the world. If you get a car and you drive to Jeet's Fortress, it will play the cutscene for you entering Jeet's Fortress, but Max will be riding in an invisible car, and the magnum opus won't be there because you haven't unlocked the magnum opus. And the only way to leave Jeet's Fortress is to enter the magnum opus, so you're soft locked in the fortress. So these are the two ways we could make this work. We can find another time where we can do this glitch, where we have the car, or manage to get the car out of the box that it's in there and drive it through the wasteland. But I haven't been successful in being able to do either. But I appreciate everybody who tuned in. If you're interested in this game, I will write up some notes on the basic speedrun stuff and post them on the speedrun.com for anyone who wants to try and get interested in the speedrun. But I think that's it for me. Shout outs to the one other person who's run this game. They're not active anymore, but their run, I saw a few tricks that gave me ideas. I blatantly stole the ramping off the wall trick from them, but a few of the other things made me stop and think of other ways that I could improve the route, even though they're not active in the category anymore. So thanks for having me on, Zoe. I'll toss it over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Gigi's on the run. Gigi's persevering through the nonsense that the game decided to throw at you today. So that is very well played. And I always appreciate having you around. You're always around in the background, but it's nice to have you front and center today.
It's weird being on the side of the camera.
So we are wrapped up for today. There's no other runs. I do want to just reiterate a few things I said at the top of the stream. If you're curious, information for all of our hotfix shows is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can find out more information about submitting your runs to any of our shows. So if you run a game that doesn't have a very big community, 15 runners or less, that will allow you to be a Runners Wanted. Just let us know. I'll take a look. If I think it's a good fit, I can get you on. And if you are watching on YouTube and you would like to support our live content, please consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/GDQ. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Please consider using your Prime Gaming account to subscribe to the GDQ Twitch channel. Your subs, bits, Amazon Prime subs, and gift subs all go towards, on the GDQ channel, all go towards supporting our weekly hotfix content. So thank you for supporting our shows. I am getting my tongue tied. If you missed any of the HQ 2021 online runs or want to watch any previous hotfix shows, you can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. There's an archive of all of our live shows. And then on Monday, Railkin here will be hosting their show, Community Spotlight, with a random assortment of games, which will be a fantastic time.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
That is it for us. We are going to set up for a raid. We're going to run a quick ad while I let Railkin know where we are going. But I'll see you on the other side of that. In the meantime, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay awesome and make the world a better place.